Great. Well, welcome everyone to our event. This is part one of an event on remote sensing and smart tech for marine litter. We're really delighted to be with you under the UN Ocean Decade Laboratory satellite activity. My name is Janet Salem. I'm with the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, that's UN ESCAP, and I'm the project manager for a project called Closing the Loop, which aims to use smart tech to monitor plastic pollution in cities in Southeast Asia. So this is a topic very close to my heart. I came into it quite fresh about 1.5 years ago, and I've had a very steep learning curve thanks to some of the experts you'll be hearing from today. So I will just share my screen and introduce the session. Okay, great. So you see the session, this is session one of our event. There are actually 3 different parts to it. The first one will focus on the end users and the economic and societal stakeholders. So these basically who really can benefit from remote sensing and smart tech for marine litter, and what should we be doing with that information once we have it. But there are 2 more sessions after this, which will focus on those technologies that enable us to monitor the plastic pollution. Now, there are several organizers that have come together for this work, including the United Nations ESCAP, but also members of the International Ocean Color Coordinating Group, the Institut de Sciences del Mar, Algans, the University of Oldenburg, Plymouth Marine Lab, Inestec, the University of the Aegean, and Air Centre. Air Centre's done a phenomenal job putting this together. So a few rules. The event will be recorded and is also now live in the YouTube channel provided. Participants will have their mic and camera off at all time, although we would love to see you. Wish this could be an in-person event so we could interact with you, but it'll be off. But you can report your questions to the speakers and provide your comments on the Padlet at the link below. I'm going to have to ask one of the organizers to pop this in the chat, since I'm in now full screen, so I won't be able to do it right now, but as soon as I'm off full screen, I'll put it in there. We have 6 speakers, some extraordinary gender balance, I must say, compared to some of the other events on this topic that I've been to. So apart from myself, I'm very, very honored to be sharing the session with Sabine Strenard from the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. Then also Amandine de Klerk from Suez, France, Victor Verdelio from the European Algae Biomass Association, Maria Manuel Cruz from the Port Authority Aveiro and Figueira da Foz, and Mariana Lara from AQUA-LIT in Hungary. So I'm going to just give a quick intro into the policy perspective, which is where I'm working within the UN. There are a lot of international, national, and now city level policy frameworks trying to address this plastic pollution problem and preventing the buildup of marine debris. Starting at the very global level, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 14, which is on life below water. And under that, there is a specific target, 14.1, the very first target there, which is that by 2025, we want to prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds, particularly from land-based activities, including marine debris and nutrient pollutions. So 2025, it's only a few years from now, and this is a goal that is common to all member states, but particularly those with coastlines. Then zooming down at the sub-regional level where I'm working in, here's another example. This time it's the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. So again, a multilateral space where they've come together and agreed that they need to cooperate and build robust national actions to address marine debris in the ASEAN region. It is a hotspot for marine debris. So this roadmap was actually just launched a few months ago. So it would be great to see how we can support the policymakers in this action plan regionally, but also in the national level, and I think city level would also be very, very helpful, so that they can keep an eye on the goals under this action plan. Another example is the G20 Osaka Blue Ocean Vision. So here we have the G20 countries of the world who've come together to agree to reduce additional marine plastic litter to zero by 2050 through a comprehensive life cycle approach. Now, I won't be able to go through all of them, but these there are also other regional strategies that can benefit from monitoring, and then other enabling strategies like the UN data strategy or roadmaps for digital cooperation, which can support smart tech and for the smart tech that underpins remote sensing for marine debris. So even if they're not plastic-oriented strategies, we can also look at support from there. And then national level. So across the Asia-Pacific region, but also globally, we've seen a lot of national plans and national goals to manage and prevent marine litter. I won't go through all of them, but I do want to give one example of what does it look like when the multilateral system attempts to use smart tech to measure, monitor, and prevent marine debris. This is my project, the Closing the Loop project. So our goal is to help the cities because they're at that last mile before the ocean. So we want to help them to prevent marine pollution. But in order to do that, they need two things. They need an evidence base and they need a monitoring system. So in order to do that, we want cities to use innovation and smart tech to support their monitoring and their measurement. We have 4 cities across Southeast Asia, one in Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So we see this as a 3-step approach to preventing marine pollution from cities. The first one is that you need to measure. That's the baseline assessment that is quite a data-intensive effort of primary data collection that attempts to answer questions like what's the source of the plastic pollution, which products is it, and where are those leakage points. Then we have developed a digital mapping tool, which I'll go into in more detail later. And then those 2 instruments can then enable the city action plan. So let me just go first into the measurement. So what is quite complementary to the plastic pollution monitoring using remote sensing is to do the on-the-ground plastic baseline measurement first. So we use the plastic pollution calculator in cooperation with the University of Leeds. It's a material flow based methodology where we collect data. Each of these squares is a data set that we collect to determine how much waste is generated. Of that, how much is properly managed, how much is dumped, and of those 2 streams, how much enters the environment, and of that, how much actually enters the waterway. So we can get pretty accurate pictures of this, and we end up with things like this, these Sankey diagrams that show us of all the plastic waste generated, how much becomes marine litter. So in Surabaya, it's about 2% of all plastic waste. Kuala Lumpur, it's 0.4%, Da Nang is 1.3%, and Nakhon Si Thammarat is about 1%. Now, all that sounds very small, 1%, 0.5%, 2%, but behind that is many millions of plastic items every year from these individual cities. And if you add up all the cities around the region and around the world, it all adds up. Okay, seeing some good chats already coming through, so please keep them coming. Now, I'll just also point out that the plastic pollution calculator also calculates how much of that plastic is retained on land, not in a landfill, but as litter, mismanaged. So that is also that also has potential over the long term to leak into the waterways. Oh, there we go. We also learn what the products are. So this is really useful to know when it comes to the action plan, which products do we need to address? And overwhelmingly of all the plastic waste that actually enters the water, the majority is often the plastic bags. So no wonder we see bans on plastic bags coming. Depending on the city, there can be very different pathways. So for instance, in Kuala Lumpur, it's not a coastal city. So the pathway of pollution is from the drains. Whereas in Da Nang, beautiful coastal city in Vietnam, half of it is the plastic pollution is dumped directly into the water. The calculator also tells us what time of year the pollution is more likely to enter the water. And many other things, but I'll move on. So once we have that measurement, that's already enough to inform the action plan at the end. But before we start that action plan, we want to put in place a monitoring system. And this is where the use of remote sensing and smart tech comes in. So we've developed a digital mapping tool, which takes data in through satellites and sensors. It processes it and it puts out some data. So in our case, the types of remote sensing we've gone for in the cities is satellites using WorldView 3 data, citizen science through mobile apps, and GoPros on vehicles. So those are our sort of eyes on the ground. Then there are two types of algorithms that detect plastic in those images. One set of algorithms can look at the satellite images, because that contains a lot of information that's not visible to the eye or to the computer, but it is visible in the data behind the satellite images due to the way that the plastic absorbs light. Has its own spectral signature that apparently is visible if you use the right algorithms. Whereas the cameras, the GoPro and the citizen science methods, that's a different set of algorithms that just detect the shape of plastic in the pictures. But we need to then process that all together so that the people managing those action plans can see something like a hotspot map. And then over time, time series data is very useful if possible. We can see if that plastic pollution is increasing, hopefully decreasing, or is it moving around due to some change in that plastic waste value chain. Now it takes a bit of work. We need to determine, this is Da Nang, in each case, what the areas of interest are for the different types of remote sensing. The blue is the citizen science and the GoPros, whereas this purple is satellite data, and the stars are some visual counting sites to ground truth those remote sensors. And in each case, we need to develop a data workflow to figure out which technologies are going to be used in which way to answer which question. I won't go into many details, but it's not super easy. But all of that is worth it, because then we get to the city action plans where we can identify those policy intervention priorities. So we know it's the bags, it's the littering, it's a certain district, it's a leakage from a certain part in the waste value chain. It's through the drains, or it's direct into water. So we know then we can target those hotspots. And then based on the qualitative information, which I forgot to mention before, we can then develop local action plans that are suitable and relevant to the local stakeholders and the capacities that are available in the city. We also have an e-learning course. I'll pop that link in the chat if you want to learn more, including there's a special module on remote sensing. So I will end my share here. And just say, if you have any questions for me in particular, please feel free to pop them in the chat or in the Padlet. So the Padlet link has been shared in the chat, and we'll keep an eye on it over time. All right. So that was a little quick intro into how we're approaching it, but it's not so easy, I must say. This technology still has a long way to go. So we need more cooperation so that there can be sharing of those best available technologies. In our case, we need more help to detect the plastic in the images that we're getting. And we're also hoping that the cost of some of that satellite image data will come down over time. That would also be extremely helpful so that we can collect more regular satellite data, because we've noticed that the cities are asking for real-time data from the remote sensing. But this is actually a little bit difficult because there is a little bit of logistics involved in data collection and processing and uploading of data. But we need to start somewhere and then work together to fine-tune and make these systems even better. So that's it from me on my presentation. So what I'd like to do now is invite my wonderful colleague Sabina from the Alliance to End Plastic Waste to share that private sector point of view. What is the Alliance doing with that support of their private sector membership, and how are they bringing data together, and what format of data would be useful from the remote sensing community to support their activities. So Sabina, would you like to start with a quick introduction of yourself, and then we will move to your presentation?
Thank you, Janet. Thank you for the warm welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you. My name is Sabine Strannert. I'm a senior advisor to the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. This is a CEO-led organization. There are about more than 60 companies which are working together to address the plastic waste problem. And one of the gaps identified is the data gap. And one of the first projects which had been introduced and started with was to identify an open source platform and to develop and work on an open source platform to bring all the plastic waste and municipal waste data together to close the knowledge gap and to identify a way how we can bridge this data gap and what we can do in that respect. We are right now in the beta version. This project is now running about a year. We have a strong collaboration with IBM in that respect. And there is a focus on several data domains. So we work on geography, not only on country data, but as well as lower administration levels. As Janet earlier mentioned, cities are very much interested to see how the situation is in their specific area. We do have the waste management data, and here the municipal solid waste and the plastic waste. We are focused in the first range mainly on that boundary because of the data availability. It's still very difficult, but the aim is then to broaden up to the total solid waste and include also the long duration plastic. But in the first iteration, we are working with the municipal solid waste and the related plastic waste in generation and collection. It's also including policies and regulations here, namely the single-use plastic and EPR, and the mismanaged and the plastic leakage. In order to derive with the mismanaged and plastic leakage, the methodology applied is the UN hotspot methodology, and the way how it is defined, with the caveat that in the UN hotspot methodology, it includes microplastic, textiles, dust from tires, and in the application for prison, taking the boundaries into account, we are looking exclusively on the municipal solid waste and the related plastic waste. The baselines are included in terms of the plastic consumption, and as we have heard in the earlier presentation, it is not it's very much important not only to look into total plastic, but what plastic, which polymer, which application, in order to identify what are the drivers. To help and bring an additional picture to the whole waste data. The waste infrastructure is also covered in PRISM, including informal facilities as open dumps, but as well buyback centers, so they are recorded and publicly available. We have plastic banks and collectors included, and as it is available, the capacity details from the respective companies and the polymers they are dealing with. So the sorting plants, what are they dealing with, the recycling facilities, which polymers are included. And then as well the projects, various projects in place of the members, but as well outside of the membership. The data is available in terms of heat maps and information boxes, which leads to trend lines when there is a longer time of running. And we have as well a data warehouse where all the data is stored with the methodology behind and as well the nature of data. So are we talking about model data or factual data? That's extremely important because we have right now more than 800 sources processed in order to get the data into the system. And there are monitored data from governance, municipalities, feasibility studies, but as well a lot of model data available. And when you bring this together in one bookshelf, in one of the data warehouses, and then you put the filter on it, that you have a standardization, that you have using the same definition, there are a lot of learnings out of it. And we saw that as we have got a lot of numbers, but not all the data goes together, and it requires a big amount of work, that there will be more harmonization and standardization on terms and definitions, as well as methodologies, in order to have the data reporting and the interpretation of the data getting in some more meaningful and comparable manner. Now, we have started then, not very early, but already in summer, regarding how can we use additional information, like information from the satellites, information from citizen science, information from sorting lines, from the in details, in order to help with the data we have. We are right now working on implementing the governance and to implement as well, to validate the whole data set what we have, and to bring up a data quality grid in alignment with key stakeholders, that we are assessing the information in the right way. And what we have identified as use cases is that we see in two areas where we could make a big impact. On the one hand, in the area of data validation, and here in the area of quantities and identification of polymer and application, for example, in sorting lines, but as well in litter compositions, and hotspot identification. But the other aspect where we thought it will be very important is in the modeling and in the regression model, to identify the specific archetypes for areas, for cities, for regions where we haven't got any data, where we would like to use this archetype and then a regression model to come up with some first indication how the situation in terms of plastic waste, plastic composition, and plastic leakage look like, in order to bring up the right interventions and the first steps in order to improve. We have looked into this, and we with the team several times. The data we have in PRISM is all over historical data. Yeah, so the youngest or the freshest data we have is at least 1.5 years old. That comes because a lot of the data also from governance is not published earlier. We do have predictions in PRISM, forecasting from models and from the implemented and developed regression model, which then goes in the future, which is from today, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, depending on the model, which is in the system. And we thought that, especially when it comes to the historical data, we are not looking for the actual satellite information, but with historical satellite information, we would be already able to substantiate certain data sets we have and to fine-tune assumptions in the regression model. If we would have weather data about cloud and rain, we could help with the flow rates. Yeah, so we could as well here improve the regression model and have additional features and additional information in order to make it more relevant. And in the area of governance, as I said, it's the data validation and the standardization, but as well with this remote data, we would be able to bring back some feedbacks about the data quality we have with real examples. So if you allow at the end some conclusions, as I said, within the working team, we have looked into this, and it would be an interesting aspect. And we are really convinced that this would bring some additional information for the potential user and bring also additional insights. What we would need in order to go into the test case is availability of these data sets. Yeah, if it's satellite information or GoPro camera data or whatever it is, or science data from the citizen science. With this, we could then go in a very concrete test case. We will definitely need even more collaboration and more resources. Yeah, not only financial, but as well human, as Janet said. This is extremely early in stage, so a lot of activity is required. And all in all, it would bring a substantial enhancement to the data modeling and closing the current knowledge gaps. And we do believe that there will be also an improving in the data quality. Thank you. Back to you, Janet.
There we go. Here we are, I'm back. So I was just answering some questions and answers in the chat. It's been really good to see them. So please do keep them coming. And then also on the Padlet, we've got a few. Oh, we haven't had as many questions and answers there. So I might put this in the chat again. So we're looking for sort of questions from the participants here. We see we've got 154 participants at the moment. So we'd like to know, are you, if you are a policymaker or an environmental modelling agency, what kind of applications do you have in mind for exploiting remote sensing data on marine litter? And where would you like to cooperate? So please also let us know about any cooperation interests that you have on the Padlet. If you are a private company or NGO, we'd like to know what kind of applications you might have in mind for remote sensing of marine litter and where you want to operate. Is it the ocean? Is it coastal areas? Or maybe you'd like to work in cities. That would be a great help to me with my programs or other. Or if you want to share some resources, it's also a great platform to do that. So Sabina, not to let you off the hook just yet, maybe you can come back after that presentation. So as I'm sort of working on both ends, I'm both a user of the, I see, I think sorry, if one of my colleagues could share the link to all users. It seems I've just shared it with my own co-panelists. Apologies for that. So Sabina, I would position myself as a user of the remote sensing data, but also a producer of the remote sensing data. And one of the issues that we have is that there's nowhere to put the data once we've got it. But we do know that there's a lot of overlapping programs. So other agencies are working on similar topics, or different stakeholders are interested in this kind of data. And that's why the PRISM program, it's one of those tools out there that is going to help integrate the marine debris data and all of the other data relevant to the origins of marine debris. My question to you is, how do we, how can the producers of us give you data, and how can the users of the data get the data? Okay,
sorry, I was on mute, but now I'm back. Yes, that's an excellent question. We, as I mentioned before, we are still on the beta version. So that means we are at the edge of finishing up and then make it publicly available, which will be somewhere early next year. At that time, we will be not able to host any remote data at the moment, because we are not prepared to handle this. In order to make them store or to give them a place in our data warehouse, we need to understand which type of data do we have. Is it an image? Is it an infrared screen? What is it, what we are going to store, and in which application we will then use it further. And if it is in the system and when we are publicly available, then anyone who is registered and has access to PRISM would be then able to pick out the data from the data warehouse. At the moment, it's only the domains what I have mentioned in my presentation. But as I said, this is an aspect which we deem to see that there is a lot of merit in order to enhance the knowledge what we have, and to but we have no storage place, we have no bookshelf created in our data warehouse yet. But we, yeah, I think we need to sit down on the table and come up what would be the priority, which type of remote sensing data to start with, and then go and build the next step.
So you mentioned what type of remote sensing data. I was wondering if you could elaborate more. What should it look like? We've got the experts coming up in the next two sessions that are busy designing these systems. In the UN, we're also trialing and developing these digital tools. What's important for the Alliance to End Plastic Waste? Should it be very regular? Should it be have high coverage? Are the cities important, or the oceans? Or are there different types of remote sensing that are more of more interest?
Depends on the user case. I think we need first to understand with which application we are going to start. When it goes into the area of data validation, for example, in the waste composition, and to understand the composition of the leakage, we would definitely start with a proof of concept, and then it would be a regional area. And again, it would be more historical data, and it would need to meet our data sets that we have in the system. We do have data sets across the globe, across all administration levels, but not unified in 1 year. So we do have for certain countries and cities data around 2018-19, and we have for other areas and other geographic areas data around 2015 and 16, or 2015 to 2019 in a timeline. And in order to have the comparability, then the remote data set needs to fit to the data set in the system. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to throw out the right conclusions. When it comes to the regression model and the archetype building for leakage per specific archetypes where we haven't got any data yet, in that respect, we would be able to serve with more actual data, so not that many historical data. And again, it would need to fit to specific data sets, what we have already in the system, to have additional features helping to create the pattern and then to define more accurate archetypes. So in that respect, in one sentence, it would be perfect if we have a match between the geography and the years of the data we have in the system already in place and the remote data, or we get with the remote data in parallel as well the local data in the same area, year, and data domains needed.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like there are a lot of dimensions of the data, yes. But the nice thing is you're still building the data architecture. So it's really nice to have you here so that you can see also from the later presentations what are the different users interested in, and then also later in what format can that remote sensing data be available. And I'd love to see as we move to the future that we all start to harmonize how this data looks so that it can be interoperable. I'm
how to exchange the data set so that we can use each other's data seamlessly. Yeah. So that is also one of the big hiccups what we face in the daily work of our day.
Yeah, and again, as a project designer, a lot of time is spent on designing what data we're going to collect. So if we could skip that step and adopt a sort of common framework, then we could spend more of our resources just getting on with collecting the data. And again, at that endpoint, once we have it, instead of designing a new system one by one of where to hold that data, it would be very useful if there could be more of these common these initiatives that bring that data together. Yes. I will say also, just on the methodologies, it's another challenge we have is that the metrics that we use can be different. So even within UN agencies or different multilaterals, there's a lot of projects right now on measuring and monitoring plastic pollution. But if we're using different metrics and methodologies, we miss out on benchmarking. So we can't compare, is the amount of pollution we're seeing here
equal more or less compared to the place.
Yeah, so harmonizing those frameworks, both for the measurement but also the monitoring, is going to be so useful in the future.
And if you allow, Janet, this is one of the beauties of that project, because if you have all on the same bookshelf in the same warehouse and you see the data next to each other with the methodology, with the way how it was derived, you have additional input back when it comes to the ontology and the taxonomy, that we are moving hopefully in a more harmonized, as you say, way of definitions, reporting, and sharing the data in order to speak and read the information in the same way.
Yeah, maybe just one question more. I couldn't agree more with all of that. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste has an impressive membership of all the large companies involved in that plastic value chain. Why are they interested in all of this data and supporting the data coming together? Do you think they may also be users of remote sensing data?
The Alliance to End Plastic Waste is not only interested to close the data gap. There is a lot of work happening in the area of improving the circularity, the availability gap, the infrastructure, in order to set the right interventions and to bring up the best projects in order to improve. We need to have the factuals, the data in the background, and hence this is a project which is supporting each other, and the remote sensing data is a part of get to know your landscape. Have the facts in place, know what is going on, and also monitoring the progress in order to see how the improvement is working and to take out the key learning, what works very well in a certain archetype, in a certain region, in a certain city or type of city, and how can it be replicated? Because that's the other interest of the Alliance, to have projects which can be easily replicated and to get further in other areas.
Yeah, great. That's great to hear. So thank you so much, Sabina. I'm going to let you pause for a minute, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back to you at the very end. I'd now like to welcome Amandine de Klerk from Suez to give her to come online first. Maybe open up the video. And there we are. Hello, Amandine, how are you?
Hello, thank you. I'm fine. So I can share maybe my screen.
Yeah, please go ahead and share your screen, and maybe if you give a quick introduction of yourself, and then you can get started.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Amandine de Klerk. I work for the Suez Group in France, and I am a physical oceanographer focused on the marine litter study. So I will share with you today the Suez point of view and Suez action on marine litter fighting, and our ESA project, a feasibility study named Plasticless Society. So I'll try to share. Excuse me, I try to share in the right way my screen.
Do you want, are you having trouble with the share screen button, or is it the, hey, there we go.
Good.
Okay,
good. If
so let's go full screen. Perfect. All right, over to you.
So I will begin my presentation to present you our group. So the Suez is a leader in water and waste management around the world. Environmental protection is very important for the group, and to preserve and restore the earth, we have three main engagements. So fighting climate change, preserving biodiversity, and protecting the oceans. To do that, we use our expertise to reduce pollution of the marine environment, to limit terrestrial sources of pollution by changing the waste life cycles toward a more circular model, develop solutions to reduce pollution that originates on land, combining our expertise in water and plastic waste, and finally, constantly evolving solutions thanks to our innovativeness and research networks. So Suez is engaged in several actions regarding marine plastics. We consigned the lab laboratory to analyze, test, and characterize plastics. The aim is the formulation of new recycled materials for industrial. We can also cite the TerraCycle partnership to marine litter collect and recycling. So in this partnership, we contribute to 25% of marine litter plastics recycling in the Head and Shoulders shampoo bottle, as you can see here, and some other plate of beach with 100% of marine plastic recycled were shared during the G7 in Biarritz in France. We are also a founding member of Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which supports also the development and financial support to innovations and action on environmental plastic collections. What we need to go further is to determine marine plastic deposit and processes. So to quantify marine plastic amounts and the collect capacities from global to local. And to do that, the satellite observation will be a good contribution. We will use also this knowledge to reduce the marine litter discharges at the source and support the optimization of collection effort by intelligent guidance and decision aid tools. And finally, all this objective will also encourage the evolution of global to local policies. So our main objectives are to preserve the environment and to support a sustainable economic development of coastal regions. To preserve ocean and littoral environment, a center of expertise named Rivage Protect is localized in France, and I'm a member of this center. Our mission is our mission on marine and water environmental division is to develop and offer innovative services to support the reduction of marine pollution. This is done by supporting professionals and local authorities in the environmental management of coastal and aquatic environments. Also to be at the front of a blue and sustainable economy, to provide innovative solutions to meet the territory's challenge of today, but also tomorrow, to support industry in their onshore and offshore operations, and to participate in knowledge improvements of the R&D. Two main objectives guide our work. Firstly, to improve the knowledge about marine litter. So today there is no direct measurement of litter quantity at sea, and there is only few data punctually available. So the aim is to promote traditional but also new monitoring approaches to support the interception efforts as a contribution to the monitoring, to sort and analyze marine litter found in coastal area, to have to increase the knowledge of the kind of litter that we can find, and to develop numerical modeling capacity to support all these investigations. The second objective is to fight against existing marine litter pollution by enhancing litter management and marine litter reduction strategy. To do that, we propose to identify litter sources and possible reductions, to monitor and support collection inflow in the water environment, and to identify the best interception strategy all along the litter pathway. So these two objectives have carried out collaborative research on marine litter issues since more than 5 years. Our partners gather stakeholders, science and technical teams, but also associations working on ocean environmental preservation and more scientific fields. These collaborations were done in several research programs, and we can cite the Life Lemma projects, focusing on marine litter management strategy in the southeast Bay of Biscay. The AQUA-LIT project focused on the micropollutants again in the southeast of Bay of Biscay, and the FML track projects as part of the user uptake program of Copernicus. And today we work on the ESA feasibility study named Plastic-Less Society. So I will present to you now what we do in this particular project using satellite observations. So the main objective of the Plastic-Less Society is to assess innovative services answering needs to achieve a plastic-less society by involving space assets. So the main activity are requirement consolidation, propose innovative solutions and services, to assess technical and commercial feasibility, and to propose a roadmap for future implementation. With our consortium composed of Suez, Telespatio France, and Recyclon, we choose to address the environmental monitoring and the plastic in a circular economy. The environmental monitoring should use the multi-technological solution to support the definition and optimization of marine litter interception strategy. We propose to study the capacity of the detection of marine litter hotspots using satellite observations, to monitor the possible river inputs using videometry as a possible input of litter towards the oceans, and to complete all this observation with numerical modeling to predict litter hotspots at local scale. All this data will be processed to provide user-oriented information and decision aid tools for marine litter management. So the satellite Earth observations will highly support the marine litter tracking at sea. The observation will derive from high-resolution optical imagery as Sentinel-2 or Landsat-8. We explore direct and also indirect hotspot identification at sea, as you can see on the right side of the slide. So in top, you will find the direct detections, and on the bottom, the indirect detection based on front detection as possible accumulation area of floating materials. Satellite will also contribute to help for navigation and communication between our services and teams on fields. Marine litter fighting needs to be integrated in a robust business model. For this purpose, we envisage an integrated circular economy channel from the collect of marine litter to its revalorization, with maximum local involvement, starting with the fishing sector. So from the collect to the recycling and optimization regarding local possibilities and specific deposits must be synced. Must be sought, sorry. And to conclude, Suez for Ocean acting to limit environmental pollution. So for that, several initiatives launched to raise awareness, recycle materials, and limit marine litters. combination of Suez entity as the Suez Ocean and the Suez Waste branch will contribute to do it. Finally, we need to quantify marine litter deposits. So this can be done using innovative technologies to monitor and observe plastics. And in Suez, it is very important to develop partnership to gather scientific and technical collaboration to achieve plastic depollutions. And we want to thank ISA for the invitation and the support in all this project and the opportunity for us to be here today. Please feel free to contact me if you have some questions, as we will not be able to be with you at the end of the session. So you can find my email. Don't hesitate to ask all your questions. Thank you.
Okay, so this was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Amandine. And since you won't be able to stay until the end, I'll try to capture some of the questions here and in the Padlet. Firstly, I was wondering, now Suez is a known for waste management, but in your area of work, you're also looking at the monitoring as an important form of data input into further improving the prevention of waste pollution. I wonder if you can have any preliminary financial assessment of the financial viability of the approaches in remote sensing through your work. Is it remote sensing, is it cheap? Is it you put the satellites are already running, so is it actually quite affordable, or are there costs involved? What do you see as the financial feasibility of remote sensing for marine debris?
From my point of view, we can't have a global answer. It will really depend of the kind of the service that we and the level of technological services that we can deploy. As I said, our services are based on several techniques from satellite observation that could be affordable, but also modeling tools and videometry tools. And if we consider the whole package, it could be more, how to say, more, it could need more financial inputs. But we think that using a circular economy from the plastic collection optimization will contribute also to finance the monitoring and the fighting against plastic.
Another question on the financial side. Who do you think are the main or should be paying for the remote sensing? I mean, what sources of funding should we be pursuing to improve the systems and the financial viability over the longer term?
Multiple sources will be the best approach to do it. Yes, as governments, coastal cities, industry also as Suez can contribute. So yes, the multiple approach will be for us the best way, and I think it's the main conclusion of our commercial viability study that we are doing in the Plastic-Less Society project.
And a question, another question before you go, from Milton: if the remote sensing algorithms that are used for marine plastic detection, are they available for sharing?
For now, they are not available for sharing. It is sorry. Yes, it is under validation, and as the algorithm are developed with the collaboration of Telespatio France, Telespatio Group, and the Telespatio France branch. So it is part of the project and of collaborative action.
Okay, great. We have more questions. If you can stay for a few minutes to type in the Q&A, if possible. Otherwise, as you mentioned, we'll put your email in the information for participants so they can follow up with you. So thank you so much, Amandine, for your presentation from Suez. We're now going to move to different industry with Victor Verdelho. Hi, Victor, how are you?
Hello.
So do you want to go ahead and start sharing your screen?
I'm doing it.
Great. And if you could start with a short introduction of yourself and then go ahead.
Thank you, Janet. And by the way, let me tell you that you are doing a great job. Fantastic chairmanship to this. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak about the ABA, the European Algae Biomass Association. My name is Victor Verdelho. I live in Porto, Portugal, and I am the general manager of EABA. EABA is an association with nearly 200 members that includes half of them are large companies, small companies also, and half of them are academic members. So we try to combine both academic and industry. So today I'm going to speak about the relevance of remote sensing for marine litter detection in seaweed harvesting. There are basically two large groups of algae, the very small ones, the microalgae, and the big ones, the seaweeds or macroalgae. The microalgae are composed of phytoplankton that provides more than 50% of the oxygen that we breathe, and the seaweed are the ones that you see in the seashores. And now I would like to tell you where is a possible connection with marine litter and the detection technology that already exists. So first, I would like to go through the problem to show you what is the problem. And I will start with the Atlantic Sargassum Belt. That is a huge bloom of seaweed that exists in the Central Atlantic. And this is just an example because there are many other seaweed blooms in the world. This is at the moment the largest one. So the problem is that for many reasons that I'm not going to explain now, but there is a bloom of seaweed that represents 20 million tons every year arriving to the seashores. And there is an idea that maybe the biomass that exists in the middle of the Atlantic is around 600 million tons every year. This is a lot of biomass, and this is how this is the distribution of this biomass across the Atlantic, and what was the evolution along the years. As you can see, it started south of the Sargassum Sea and got a very large dimension, eventually as a result of the nutrients that arrive from the rivers, mostly the Amazon River, and what is happening is that somehow the Amazon forest is going down and the seaweed are growing up. So we are having nature found a way to bring the same effect in the ocean. So the nutrients that come from the Amazon River go into the ocean, are taken by the currents, and by some phenomena that are complex and that would take long to explain. This sargassum came from the Sargassum Sea to the south, and then hot water, algae, and nutrients bloom. To explain a little bit more about this, let's see. Let's see what is the Sargassum belt. What is this sargassum? What is this seaweed? And how this came up? There are mostly 3 species of this sargassum, which is quite interesting because usually we see many species and it's very complex to detect and to find the patterns to detect the seaweed. And here we see that there is a distribution of the relevance of each species in different places, but they are quite different, the different species. We can see here how they look like, the sargassum. Sargassum was originally given the name by the Portuguese sailors that started to sail to this region and called it sargassum. So we have these 3 species. These species are increasing in quantity. Here you see some pictures of how they look like when they get to the shores. First glimpse of this, you see it's a huge problem in the islands and in the places where they get, places that were beaches where the tourism was flourishing. Then the tourism is killed by this quantity of the seaweed that accumulate in the seashores. So again, you see here how this is a problem. So I'm trying to show the problem. Huge quantities of sargasso accumulate along the seashores. And once it's there, it's of course possible to remove it. But it takes a lot of work and it is costly. Ideally, we should prevent that it gets there. So here you see how complex, how costly, and how damaging to the tourism it can be. So as a conclusion about the problem, we can say that there is a seaweed bloom in the Central Atlantic. This bloom is becoming larger every year. The bloom consists in 3 main species, which are known, so it is possible to isolate their spectral characteristics. The bloom is floating. Most seaweed do not float. Most seaweed are attached to the rocks, but these sargassum are a specific group of seaweed that is floating. So therefore, it is easier to detect. They are in the surface, and parts of the blooms move with the current. So as it is floating, it's not attached to the rocks. It moves and it goes to the shores. So these 5 characteristics are critical to think about. So let's think about the solution. The solution for this problem is, of course, to harvest instead of collecting in the shores. It's to harvest in the ocean. But to harvest in the ocean, we need to know the quantities that are arriving because they are not everywhere. We know when they arrive because the currents move and change along the time. So remote sensing that is currently being thought for marine litter could be used also complementarily to find the seaweed and to optimize the collection of seaweed. So and this is becoming a hot topic of research to move from just litter to seaweed also. And then once we know the quantities of algae, of seaweed that are arriving, we can have different types of harvesting devices. And we can harvest close to shore or far to shore. So depending on the quantities, when, how, where, we can select the best ways to harvest, what kind of nets can be used, and so on. So remote sensing is critical for this, because the boats cannot go just to the ocean and harvest randomly. They need to know what the currents are taking. It's similar to what they do for fishing. So different kinds of technologies can be used to avoid collecting the seaweed in the shores and harvesting in the ocean, closer or far from the shore. So the benefits of all this. It's to transform a problem into a resource. At the moment, these seaweed are a huge problem because it damages the tourism, and it is necessary to collect these, and it has a very high cost. But we can transform this into a resource. In 2020, EABA, the European Algae Biomass, organized a technical webinar about this problem and started to discuss and to see how this sargassum could be transformed into a solution. And in the Caribbean, and the Rocher published in 2020 a very interesting report that is available online that shows what kind of products we can make with sargassum. So with 1 ton of fresh sargassum, there is a wide variety of possible applications. It's not possible to do all at the same time. Some of them exclude the others, but this is a theoretical framework. So, this is what I had to tell you. Thank you very much. Please feel free to ask any questions.
Okay, great. All right, I learned a lot about sargassum. I have just a technical question. Can it be used as a proxy? If we're using remote sensing to detect the sargassum, can that be used as a proxy for detecting plastic pollution? Are there any correlations between the location of sargassum and the location of the marine debris we're trying to identify?
I don't think that the locations are the same, but there are many connections. The technologies to the data about the specific spectral characteristics of the seaweed can benefit from the data that is already being used for plastics. Another topic that I did not mention is the potential role of the seaweed to help in collecting microplastics. Because if you have seaweed can help to collect in areas where there are a lot of microplastics. The seaweed body, the surface is with polysaccharides that attract the bioplastics. So if the seaweed are in the middle of an area that contains a lot of microplastics, they will be attached to and collected by the polysaccharide mucus that is around the body of the seaweed. If you experience to go to touch seaweed in the shores, when you go to the beach, you see that it is somehow not very clear. It's a mucus polysaccharide existing around it. And this can attract or attach the microplastics. And later on, when you process the seaweed, because of the different the floating characteristics, different density, the microplastics have a different density from the cellulosic characteristics of the algae. So if you break the algae and if you steer the biomass and the microplastics, you can separate them.
Okay. So do I need to be worried when I'm eating sushi? Is there going to be microplastics in the nori around my sushi, or is it sorted out?
You should not be worried, but there is a possibility. There is a possibility.
So do you have any other ideas about how remote sensing could be improved? Any small additional effort that you'd love to see in the remote sensing community that could support your work a little bit better or could support your industry a little bit better?
Yes, the best thing would be to combine the satellite information with the drones that could be used close to the shore, because the satellite information will never be so accurate as drones that can go near the places where you have the seaweed, and it would improve the characteristics of the information. Also, beyond these, there are regions like the Azores Islands in the middle of the Atlantic, where you have some specific seaweed called Asparagopsis that exist in several islands. And this seaweed, Asparagopsis, called Asparagopsis taxiformis, it's a very interesting seaweed to be used as a feed ingredient for cows to avoid methane emissions. When cows eat seaweed, eat normal feed that contains a small percentage of these Asparagopsis taxiformis, these algae, they do not produce methane. They do not emit methane. So it is a high impact. But to collect this seaweed, you need remote sensing to know where you have these algae. And just satellite information is not enough. You need drones, because this algae, this specific algae, is attached to the rocks. So 2 meters below. So you need to combine both informations.
Yeah, so combining, the drones to ground truth, the data that you're collecting from the satellites. We're hearing that from a few different sources, so it's great to reinforce that also from the user perspective. Okay, Victor, please stay around, because there are questions in the Padlet for you, and we may have more questions for you in the break or the Q&A at the end of the session.
Okay.
Okay, so now I would like to move to Maria Manuel Cruz from the Port Authority of Aveiro. There you are. Hi, Maria. How are you?
Okay,
That's good.
let's start.
Okay, yes, if you could share your screen.
Yeah.
And please give a short introduction of yourself, and then we
Yes,
will.
yes, of course. Okay, that's okay, the image? Yeah?
It's perfect.
Okay. So hello everyone, I'm Maria Manuel. I'm the environmental manager from both Port of Aveiro and Port of Figueira da Foz, and I'm responsible for the waste management also. With me, we have Isa Cardoso, is the Port Facility Security Officer, and is an expert on port operation, cargo management, and navigation safety. So any questions about the navigation and later, please ask Isa. Where we are, the Port of Aveiro and the Port of Figueira da Foz are in the central region of Portugal. And I'm here as an end user. Of course, the ports are multimodal hubs, an interface between land and water that serves to transfer goods between maritime, road, and rail modes of transport, and that handle over 80% of global goods trade in the world. Of course, the ports are also an interface between the land-based activities debris and the marine litter that the sea decides to send back to us. Concerning the legal framework, the ports, the European ports have a directive, a European directive that relate within a port reception facilities for the delivery of waste from ships. So the port are obliged to have facilities to receive all the waste delivered by vessels and boats. And of course, boats and vessels are obliged by IMO to collect the waste on board and not to deliver it into the sea. The ports also should receive for free all the fishing gear waste and passively fish waste ashore, collect and delivered by vessel or boats, and we need to receive that. The Portuguese ports, under the Portuguese law, of course, also have to collect and manage marine litter that remains in the area under their jurisdiction, with respect to the water surface, the water column, and the seabed of the riverbed. And when we look at the jurisdiction area of the Port of Aveiro, the Port of Figueira and the Foz, and we look at the wet area, we have a large area where to collect the marine litter and to manage. Well, looking or talking about safety for navigation, of course, big waste or fishing nets are a problem to the navigation safety. Ships can eat larger waste or debris, putting the navigation at risk. And the small boats may hit medium large waste debris or fishing nets and have both are popular problems. Of course, we are talking about drums, plastic or metal containers, about big structures as the mussel raft that we have in the picture, big trees and plastics, big plastics with a significant dimensions, and that remains in the water column. Concluding, the remote sensing can help ports to early locate the marine litter with some dimension, of course, clean or remove it as soon as possible in order to prevent its spread and the navigation incidents. Thank you very much. I think that's all.
Okay, wow, that was very short and sweet. But so for the ports, your obligation is to support the safety of those boats coming in and out of the port. And it's interesting to hear that the plastic waste can even be a safety hazard for something as large as a boat. But it was an interesting point about the propeller. How often do boats run into problems and need help based on tangling or hitting against large amounts of plastic?
Well, the big ships, I think the problems are few, because we can detect in a more or less easy way the large debris that are in the surface. The small boats this is a lagoon, this is an estuary, so we have a lot of recreational and small boats and fishing boats. They have some problems, of course. The fishing nets in the propeller, they are a problem, but it's not a big and a huge incident. Okay, but we have some.
And so when you're looking for that plastic out there, trying to detect it so that you can clean it up or just let those boats know that it's there, what types of remote sensing are being or are useful to you, and where do you get that information? Or is it the boats can see that information directly, or is it coming through the port authority?
I think the Port Authority can invest in some remote sensing that can give some alerts in order to act earlier and prevent accidents, right? If we have some alerts about some large debris, we can go there and remove them.
But who's doing the remote sensing? Is it coming from the other boats, or is it drones?
We don't have. I'm talking about.
This is a wish list. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
By now we can detect this by some video cameras, or about with the information of some fishermen or people in boats or in the land that can say, please go there because we have a problem. Let me say that all the plastic that we collect from ships and vessels, and also from the fishing nets, go to the recycling process. Probably the municipal recycling process, other from to the industrial process in a circular economy principle. Okay, so
that's fantastic. I've heard from the upcycling community that the fishing net is the caviar of ocean plastic, because it's so easy. The nylon is so easy to melt down and form new pellets that have a really good quality for upcycling into new products. So it's good to hear that the nets are going into recycling. Yeah. Okay. Great. So please stick around. I'd love to see, well, I think the message is clear. We need some remote sensing so that you can keep your boats safe. I'd be interested to hearing from the following sessions what kinds of remote sensing programs could work in that sense. But also because you have good source of the high quality ocean plastic that people want to upcycle. Okay. Thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you
please
very much.
stick around. Okay, so now we're moving from Maria to Mariana from AQUA-LIT. Already there and already ready. Hi, Mariana, how are you?
Hello, good. How are you?
I'm very, very well, thank you. Okay, are you able to share your screen for your presentation?
Yes, just a second. There we go. First, thank you for the invitation.
There we go.
Center and Janet for moderating this so nicely. And I am Mariana Lara. I work at General Environmental Technologies. I have a background on environmental sciences, and I was a coordinator of AQUA-LIT project. And I speak in past tense because this is a project that finished beginning of this year. So I came to present the main outcome of this project, which is the toolbox for good marine litter management in the aquaculture sector. But before, I'm going to give you a bit of context. So AQUA-LIT came as a project from two statements. The first one being from the technical paper from FAO in 2017, that there are no global estimates of the amount of plastic waste generated by the fisheries and aquaculture sector. And on the other hand, from the State of World Fisheries and Aquaculture in 2018, where it said that aquaculture is expected to be the sector that meets future demand for food, and that it's predicted to rise by 40% by 2030. So with this shocking information, what we wanted to put together, it was a project that would help increase the understanding and the awareness, but mainly the availability of solutions to tackle marine litter in the sea. So when the production of aquaculture would increase in the world, it wouldn't mean also an increase in the marine litter that escapes at sea. So we were 7 organizations working together from across Europe. And we were focusing mainly on 3 seas, the North Sea, the Baltic Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea, with the idea of the information that we would get from these regions would help us also extrapolate and help other regions to have good marine litter management. So specifically for the project, we focused on the Canary Islands and the Azores and Portugal continental. And I'm going to explain you how we did this. The project was divided in 4 stages, being the first one, state of play, where we wanted to put together all the literature out there related to marine litter. We wanted to increase the knowledge by involving aquaculture stakeholders from DC basins and do a scanning of the existing tools. From these 3 activities, what it came out, it was firstly a marine litter inventory, which is a knowledge base of the marine litter that can be found that is related to aquaculture activities. And I'm going to show you this in a bit. And regional maps on aquaculture leader, which would be a visual way of seeing the geographic position of the aquaculture facilities with the quantitative data that we have for aquaculture related leader. So the marine leader inventory, this is the downloadable version where it can help us identify with examples of photos and descriptions the type of material, the type of items that we could find, and also the type of species that could be related to it, and the type of aquaculture. This marine leader inventory is also available online, where the inventory could be screened through the types of leader that is generated, like ropes, clothing, floats and buoys, and so on. It could be explored by sea basin geographically, or see the whole database that we have available. This is an example of the regional maps. Here we can see the percentage of leader that originates from aquaculture and or fisheries. In this project, we tried to focus mainly on aquaculture because it's always put together with fisheries, but in some cases it was uncertain if that leader belonged to one sector or the other, of course. And we also tried to create the maps where we could see the aquaculture leader related to the type of aquaculture developed. So we also published a compendium of all the available policy tools and measures that exist in terms of marine leader from the aquaculture sector at a global, European, regional, and national level. And this allowed us to move to the second stage, which was the learning labs. Here, what we did was creating different workshops with relevant aquaculture stakeholders from the Mediterranean, the North Sea, and the Baltic Sea, to try to first understand the barriers that they faced for having good marine leader management. And once we targeted these, like that we identified them, then we co-developed with them potential solutions that could help tackle these barriers. So this is what fed the main outcome of the project, which was the toolbox against marine leader. And that it addressed the issue from a preventive and reduction stage, from monitoring and quantification of marine litter, or from the removal and recycling of marine litter. So the toolbox, basically what it presents is first more than 400 ideas and solutions and measures to tackle marine litter at sea. These measures can be consulted either by stage, by measure, by sea basing, or by type of aquaculture. And by this, I mean by the prevention and reduction, monitoring and quantification, and removal and recycling. When I mean measure, it's by maybe knowledge-related measures, or maybe measures that have to do with legislation, or with responsibility, or where we need external support, maybe. And by type of aquaculture, we focused on fish, shellfish, and seaweed. So this is a mock-up of how it looks like once we access one of the solutions. It shows from the categories it belongs to, it gives examples, it gives the related barriers that were identified to related to that solution. And then if there are good practices, like already organizations or actors doing something, implementing such solution, then that can also be found. We also have a port facility section where the idea is that through the, we can access directly by country information on the different ports. The information that we provide is if these ports, like it was mentioned before by Maria from Aveiro, if these ports have the facilities to receive of waste, if they do, what type of waste, if there is a fee or not, if there is any limitation for receiving that waste, and then a link to those ports on where they could find more information. Basically, with all of this, what we want to do is to facilitate the good marine litter management at a local scale. And funding opportunities, we collected all the different types of programs and organizations that fund usually projects focused on marine litter, because we wanted to give the tools that if someone wanted to implement a project related to good marine litter management, they could know where to find funds. So that is also available in the toolbox. We wanted to encourage that this toolbox would be a living toolbox, meaning that these 400 ideas and solutions that we are providing might not be everything that is out there. So if someone is interested in submitting some type of solution that was not available in the toolbox, then there is an option for feeding the toolbox. So the idea is that this is something collaborative that continues growing. Later, we have access to the marine litter inventory that I mentioned. And finally, action plans and policy recommendations. So we created 2 versions of the policymaker recommendations. One that is this simplified version of the infographics mentioning the main or the key policy recommendations that we are suggesting. And then we have the full report also available there. And we created action plans for Portugal mainland, the Azores, and the Canary Islands, where based on their status on aquaculture development, we provide some recommendations on the solutions that we have available. So for easy access, we also created this toolbox as an app, and this app can be available through the App Store. But it's not having all the sections that I mentioned. It's having the solutions, which is the main outcome of the project. But for having access to all the other material, then it is accessible through the website AQUA-LIT.eu/toolbox, where you can explore it. So that would be everything from my side. And then I go back to you, Janet.
Okay, thank you very Mariana. So for you, is the use of remote sensing and the data collected from that to identify where the plastic pollution is that going to help you communicate where there's a high risk that there's plastic in fish stocks that we're eating?
Yeah, that would be very, very useful. The information that we had in all the project didn't come from remote sensing. We did have some coming from drones, for example, but as technology evolves and as all of this keeps moving, we are happy to include that type of information, which is why we made this submit info category, so we can keep including, and the toolbox can keep being updated with all this.
Yeah, and so if remote sensing techniques identify areas that are relatively low in plastic pollution, or even maybe free of plastic pollution, would that be a sensible place to put an aquaculture farm? And if that would be the case, could that farm receive some certification in the future? Do you foresee that we are going to need products from aquaculture to be certified plastic free? I mean, is that going back to my sushi? Do I need to look for plastic free sushi in the future? And can you help with this?
I think that eventually we will have to have this type of certifications. There are already some in place, and there is already, for example, a best practices framework by the Ghost Gear Initiative. But I think that more than the fish or the product having plastic, I think it's also related to the practices of the aquaculture facilities. So how a good management plan is in place to actually avoid litter escaping from the facilities. So this is something that definitely has to be enforced, and especially as aquaculture is going to have such an increase. So this is something that we need to pay attention to, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the risk of the plastics entering into our food chain are really commonly cited when it comes to plastic pollution. So it's interesting to hear how the remote sensing can help us understand where there's a higher risk, or how maybe can help inform those certifiers of the future. Can I ask just a final question, what types of remote sensing have already helped, or do you sort of see as being having the most potential? Is this an area for the drones? Is this an area where we can use the larger coverage of satellites? What, in your opinion, is the correct form of remote sensing that would work?
In my opinion, drones would be something that has to be pursued because it can provide us more information, more detailed information, whereas satellites, we need so far big patches of litter clumped together to be able to spot it, I would say. And also drones are more accessible, and you know, it's cheaper and easier to fly them. So this is something that should be part of a monitoring plan for sure.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so thank you so much for your insights now. What I'd like to do is take a little break and invite everyone to go to the Padlet. I'll pop it in the chat again. And I'm going to show the current status. So this is where you can ask some questions. You can ask Mariana some questions about plastic-free aquaculture, or the toolkits that she mentioned. I did think I saw in the chat, if I can look at my other thing, a request to Mariana to put links to the funding into the chat. If that would be great. So you can put your questions here under the questions to speakers and just specify who. So we had a question for Victor here. Oh dear, I'm behind on answering questions here. So if you could we could take a few minutes that you could enter the Padlet and enter some questions here. You can also give us some comments or suggestions in this area. So we have some suggestions. I saw this one earlier, I quite liked it, about data collection tools on private boats. Can we put some sort of sensor, whether it's a GoPro or other types, onto private boats, make use of that global fleet? Thought that was great. And also the nets, of course, under the boats. That's a good idea. Perhaps that could work for the Port Authority because you'll have more live data as well, so you can secure the safety of the fish. Okay. So not seeing more questions here. Here we go, there's one on ocean debris and drones, being based in Hong Kong and have been focusing on ocean debris. We do use drones in a lot of our work. Not sure of appropriate channel here, but looking for high res beaches. That's great info. And I see the IOCC task force has already responded. And do we have more questions? Then in the Q&A, we also had a few questions here. Many have already been asked. Need to read. A question for Maria. Maria, do you think that ports are hotspots for marine litter? Maria, are you able to come online? Are they hotspots?
Well, I think we can collect a lot of marine litter and detect, of course, in our area, not outside our area, not on the sea or or the inside waterways, but ports also are being collected the marine litter that the vessels brings to us, and also to clean our areas. So yes, we have a lot of marine litter there.
Yeah.
And can test new technologies, of course. We have
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome invitation to come to your port in Aveiro and test technologies there.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, there was a question also to me on artificial intelligence. Do we use deep learning for the detection of plastic shapes by the cameras? Unfortunately, not. We're using more simple machine learning now. But I wish I had that capacity in the project since we're out there in all these cities. So another instance where I wish there was more collaboration in this space. So that would be great. But then again, I must say on this, our remote sensing is going to a GIS data sharing system that's technically open source. So the images that are coming onto that platform are going to be organized in very nice data sets and available for others who might have more advanced artificial intelligence capabilities than we have in our project with Japan Space Systems and Keio University. Sabina, on the UN hotspot monitoring, I'm glad this question came to you and not me. You mentioned the hotspot methodology. Could you explain in more broad terms? Sabina, I don't know if you want to come online and just give us a little blurb about this.
Yeah, sure. I have briefly answered already. I can also provide the link to get to the documentation, as there are a couple of different methodologies out there how to derive with mismanaged and leakage of plastic waste. We have, with some evaluation and discussion with the different stakeholders, decided to go with the UN hotspot methodology, which is also applied already in a couple of countries to come up with the reports. And we have chosen that methodology because it is going and define then or come up with the hotspots based on the polymers and the application. So it's not only providing an overall plastic conglomerate, but it provides you which type of plastic, like if it's the flexible packaging, is it a bottle, is it a food bag that is then appearing in the leakage and in which amount. And it is a very concise, comprehensive, documentation. So it includes that there is also a proper data gathering and a data assessment to understand the baseline, meaning how much of the different plastic is consumed, then how is the collection and the collection infrastructure, where it is ending in terms of is the municipal solid waste ending in the waterways or in an open dump, because then it will be ending up in the mismanaged, is it ending up in recycling? Is it collected formally, informally, and with the runoff factor, because it depends on how much rain is in that region and what is the situation of the soil, how much of the mismanaged is then really leaking into the waterways. So that's why we have decided to go with that methodology. However, we do have also all other leakage rates, which are around from the different models in PRISM, and we have linked that to each of the different methodologies to provide also, as I said, to have all the data on the table and use it.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Sabina. Okay. So another one on plastic leakages. To me, at the moment, quantifying plastic leakages into, for example, waterways is one of the key challenges. I agree. By who wrote this? Is this Anon? Yes, and it relies on very big assumptions. How are you accounting for this in the Closing the Loop project in a way that is realistic? And a more general point of discussion, how can remote sensing help in assessing this better? So the key challenge, how are we counting for this? Right, so we're using the plastic pollution calculator, which is a sort of a mass balance approach. So we know that the plastic waste that is being produced in a city has to end up somewhere. If it's not ending up in the landfill, then we know that it's either being openly burnt, that's going into air, or it's going, it's dumped on land somewhere, or it's going into the waterways. So the model helps us to see if we've missed anything, because the plastic can't really, plastic waste that's produced cannot disappear. So we do a lot of primary data sampling at the very beginning. This is why I said it's the measurement of plastic pollution is very different to monitoring. Measurement is data intensive, expensive. It can be quite, it involves a lot of people and a lot of coordination. So it's not something you can do that often. Whereas the hope is that remote sensing can help to automate the monitoring process between these big data collection efforts. So the assumptions are in the model. And you can account for this by doing the primary data collection and then sort of checking and validating. Now, there's a lot of discussion going on about how methods like the plastic pollution calculator can be complemented by remote sensing. Because when we first started, the cities were saying, well, what's the difference between this? Why do you need remote sensing when we already went and collected all that primary data collection? And they even said, why do we need that model for the plastic pollution calculator when we did all that primary data collection? So there's a lot of unpacking what all this stuff means. But essentially the plastic pollution calculator helped us identify hotspots. And that helped us set the areas of interest, which we used to define where the remote sensing would take place. So we couldn't do remote sensing in the whole city. We had to focus on the hotspots. And then we also chose some not spots, what they call where we're not expecting any plastic pollution. And that way we can use the remote sensing to validate the results of that baseline report. So this sort of validation of the model and calibration of the model is also very helpful. So I could actually talk on that for a long time, I've realized. Once you get into this topic, it's a bit, can become an obsession. Okay, so any other questions from the Padlet? Or I saw this one here from the Eureka Clusters program. You know, we're talking on and on about coordination and cooperation, and then here we go. Right in front of me is this offer to collaborate internationally, including the contacts. So thank you, Xavier, over there for highlighting this here. Then there's also sky flocks. Is that like a flocks of birds? Sky flocks from the European Space Agency, or at least a spin-off company, developing orca. Oh, I like the links to the sort of animal terms. So using commercial aircraft as a platform to carry small equipment. Yeah, imagine if aircraft could carry, what would they be? Optical and radio frequency constellation. Okay. Yes, I agree with this. It's a really interesting idea. Maybe Sabina, can you integrate data from Skyflux into your Prism platform, or maybe Mariana into your toolbox? Could that help you as a user of this type of data?
I have seen this. I need to talk to my project team. I am not in the position to answer that right away. But I have already sent it to the team, and we will look into that case for sure.
Wonderful. Oceans Asia is using drones. Also, perhaps that's of interest. Aerial images of litter on beaches around Scotland, scrapbookscotland.org.uk. So lots of sources of data. You almost need an artificial intelligence algorithm to go and find all this data and help put it into harmonized data sets. And we're going to hear a little bit about harmonized data sets in the next session. Very general question I'm getting is, what about marine litter monitoring for feeding data to policymakers? What would be, in your opinion, the minimum input remote sensing could provide to take action? Yes, thank you. So we, policymakers, with all of those policy goals to prevent or reduce marine debris, what they need to know is how much marine debris is out there. That's actually difficult, so because the accuracy is not there. So what could help is it getting bigger? Is it getting smaller? And where is it? If possible, also the pathways, if you can, if we can detect where the movement over time of the marine debris, where is it coming from? All right, as we near the end, I'd like to come back to my speakers. If you could turn your cameras on and join me up here. Maybe we could just go through one by one. I would like to see what is the main gap you see in the current applications in terms of data that remote sensing could fill. Just one gap, you're queen or a king for a day. You get to decide, what does the remote sensing community do to support your needs? What is that one thing you would like to see done? If we can do a quick round. Shall we start with Sabina?
I was afraid that I will be the first in the list. Okay, thank you, Janet. So the main thing what the remote can do for us, that's a hard one now for me to answer, because I think it's something on both ends. What we can do for the collaboration in order to be able to host and to give a space in our database and to process the data. So I would. I think I'm not in the position to answer that question as you are looking for.
All right, Mariana, now you're queen for the day, and you get to decide remote sensing community does X for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned in one of the presentations at the beginning. I think that the best it can do is provide enough data, right? So like we said, like we saw before, now data is very punctual and we know the problem and we know, but you know, it's like constant monitoring and so on, and in certain regions. And we saw that when trying to put together the regional maps, there were many countries and many coastlines where we didn't have information from. So I think that remote sensing has the potential to cover that gap. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mariana. And Maria, over to you. Queen for the day.
Well,
what would you like to have?
No further experience on these technologies, but I think the main challenge is to adequate the technology with the litter dimension, and also the alert time, because it's not the issue to have an alert in 1 day or 2 days after. We need to have an alert on the right time. So I think this is our challenge, to define best technology and the best, the most adequate to our problems.
Yeah, Wonderful. I would like to also be queen for a day and say the number one thing you could do is share the data sets and the algorithms so that for those of us who are collecting the data to support the policymakers, we don't need to invent that tricky part. We can just use the best available algorithms out there and do that. And maybe a little help desk so that I can call someone every so often when we get stuck, especially at the beginning when we're designing the projects. Okay, so now did I lose Victor, by the way? Victor, did you want to be king for a day? Going once? Just queens, just queens today. Okay, great. So then I would love to thank the speakers for sharing their expertise and their opinions on this matter and their time. Really grateful for all of your wonderful presentations. Yes, thank you. Thank you to all of the participants for your questions and your active engagement as well. We'll try to get to questions again as much as possible on that Padlet. It's not going anywhere, so come back to it if you like. Now, the next session starts at 5 p.m. Central European time in 2 hours, if I'm not wrong. And you can use the same Zoom link to access it. And I believe there is also, you can go back and watch the live stream on YouTube, and if you can't attend the next one, you will also be able to see that on YouTube later on. Okay, so on that note, I'd like to thank everyone for a really informative and fun session. I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next sessions where we'll learn more about the technologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Janet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Next session, Tamona, is in 2 hours, depending on where you are. I don't know where you are, but it is 5 p.m. Central European time. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Milton, for your questions. Guillaume, thank you. Great. Victor, you're back. Thank you very much, Victor, for your presentation too. Thank you, Victor, for your presentation. Well, you're on mute.
I had here a technical problem.
Okay. But thank you again.
Okay.
Okay, see you in the next session.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Very good sharing and everything. Thank you.
No worries. Where are you? Oh yeah, you're over there. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
todos
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the session 2A of this event. My name is Victor Martinez. I'll show my screen. Hello. Yeah, welcome to the remote sensing and smart tech session for marine litter for the Ocean Decade Laboratory satellite activity. I think we're all here. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And today we have already had the first session. It was a really interesting session. We have a very high standard of presentation and presentations and sharing. We're hoping to match that in terms of fluidity of the session and interest of the talks and the questions. I have a couple of small announcements to do about this session. The event will be recorded and is now live in YouTube. For those who want, the attendees' mic and camera will be off at all the time. And if you have any questions to the speakers and comments for the end of this session, please do so in the link below on a Padlet. This will be repeated. All the links to the YouTube channel and to the Padlet will be repeated in the chat. So just to go back into what are the objectives of this satellite activity, well, we wanted to, we have a very dynamic group of people who are in the International Ocean Color Coordinating Group, who are, and there is a task force there. And we are putting together this satellite activity to collect the users and stakeholders' expectations to see what users require, and that was discussed in the first session. But also to give an update on the technologies and techniques and the results and the state of the art of the current science on marine litter detection from remote sensing methods. And this is this session and tomorrow morning session. So please stay tuned if you want to learn more what you can do with satellites. There was a lot of people asking these questions this morning. I hope they're here today as well. And finally, we want also to collect or to create a collective vision towards the future on what is the way forward. What are the activities that we have been looking at so far? What is the results that we have at the moment? What are the things that need to be done to fulfill the users' interest and expectations, and to match the expectations with what really can be done at the moment. So I hope it will be an informative and really exciting session this afternoon. The speakers indeed I'm sure they're going to give a very good overview, each one of them. Manuel, Arias from ICM CSIC, and Shungu Garaba from the Institute of Chemistry and Biology in Germany, in Oldenburg. They will speak of the high level and policy things that we'll be trying to articulate in the community. And Professor Chuanmin Hu has a long career in remote sensing of floating materials from macroalgae into marine litter, and he will also give us an excellent review. And then Els, also from Vito in Belgium, who has really exciting results from laboratory and possibly in situ sampling from different platforms. And so we have 15 minutes per speaker. We have also a special invited person in the middle to break away from all this very serious science. I hope you will enjoy also that. And please conserve your questions for the end of the session. And please have a look at the Padlet between sessions or between speakers if you can, and try to fill in with your thoughts and comments on the sections provided there. And without further ado, please, Manuel.
Yes, can you hear me and see me properly?
I can definitely hear you. Your presentation.
Yes. Okay. So if it's still visible, right?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's still visible in full mode.
We cannot see your presentation at the moment.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay, 1 second. Okay, and now?
Now, yes, just need to.
Okay, great.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry for the glitch. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much to all of you for attending today and having some minutes to listen to our people and all the presentations that we are going to have today. I'm going to start the technical presentations for today with an introductory set of slides related to the detecting of marine plastic debris with satellites. And the first thing I wanted to mention today is well, probably something that everybody already knows, is what is the marine litter. And the reason why I bring this information is because of marine litter is not particularly a simple element to track with any remote sensing techniques, whereas drones, airplanes, or satellites, because of the large variety of compounds and elements that it has and the different spatial scales that it takes. So we have litter from pieces of litter from millimeters to even centimeters or even meters. And we can find it in the surface of the ocean, on the beaches, and even in the bottom of the seas. In terms of volumes, what we can do currently with remote sensing is just monitoring a part of the total pollution. So it is estimated that around 8 million metric tons per year enter in our oceans. And of those, only just a small fraction really remains in the surface. This is what we are calling right now the detectable compound of the marine litter, which is just the floating element, and it is around 6,000 to 245,000 metric tons per year, which, as you can see, is just a part. The rest of it, it disappears once it enters in the ocean, in the sense that it goes to the water column or sinks directly to the seafloor, and is not observable by aerial remote sensing. There are other techniques for remote sensing that can be called the submarine remote sensing techniques that could have possibilities to monitor these elements. But our focus in this presentation is just going to be based in platforms that are aerial platforms or spatial platforms. Said all of this, one of the main questions that we face is why we need remote sensing to monitor marine litter. And this morning, we have seen interesting talks about existing services and stakeholders providing the needs from the community. And one of the key elements that has been seen is that the current in situ observations of marine litter are quite scarce and sparse on time and space. So quite often, it is not easy to gather systematic information from plastic marine litter that can be then used by models or tools or services to provide the level of information that decision-making organisms need, or that entities, industry, companies, or name it, organizations could really require. In the slide, in the left image, this is just a well-established publication from Eric Van Seville in 2015, in which he ran a comparison of the results between different numerical models that they were trying to simulate the densities and concentrations of different marine litter compounds throughout the oceans by using a stable Lagrangian transport. The main issue, as you can see in this plot, is that the results between the models can differ between them in a factor of 10 or even 100 times in terms of concentrations. Some models are not very similar each other. And large part of the differences between these models happen because of the small quantity of data that they have to ingest into the models and do a proper simulation. In this sense, what remote sensing can provide to scientists is the concentrations and help to determine the transport dynamics of ocean plastics on the larger scale. And many of the questions actually related to the spatial distribution and in what domains the marine plastic litter is sending are still open. And remote sensing can inform about data gaps that are existing in respect to the in situ observations that the community is collecting around the world. This is very relevant for modelers because of modelers, as I said before, they need much more data in order to constrain the results of their models. And at the same time, they also need data to validate and properly determine the accuracy and errors of the models. This is one of the areas where remote sensing can help by providing more systematic routine and global coverage of data of marine litter, in particular marine plastic litter. This is also of use for policymakers because of when we introduce regulations or policies to control or mitigate the problem of plastic pollution at the oceans, there is need to check whether these actions are actually having impact in terms of the plastic pollution at the ocean. And to do that, you need routine and again systematic indicators or parameters that you can observe and you can study to make sure that these measurements are being effective. And finally, what we are calling ocean cleaners, or these sets of well-known organizations that are working in trying to clean the oceans out of this plastic pollution, they need this type of data to localize or locate the accumulation zones so they can focus or make better use of their resources for a more effective cleaning, as well as to assess the effectiveness of such cleaning strategies in order to evaluate whether they need to readapt what they are doing for an optimal output. And the challenge for remote sensing of marine litter, part of it I already mentioned it, is related to the large and wide variety of composition as well as sizes that the litter it has, which make it quite complex to detect from many different types of remote sensing technologies. And the reason being is because of most of the remote sensing technologies look to a specific particular physical properties of the items or substances under observation. And when you have a diversity of them, both in the spatial scales and both in composition, it becomes more complex to find a single solution able to provide all the information that is needed. In this area, we are contemplating that according to the fraction of the marine plastic litter that we are considering, we can go from optical spectral techniques like visible infrared, laser-based techniques like LiDAR, it could be an option, to high spatial resolution imagery. Whenever you need to do identifications of single items, is almost the only way to do it, and to microwave-based techniques like radar and passive radiometers, which might have some potential to inform about densities or concentrations of microplastics or smaller fractions around the ocean. In terms of the ongoing research and development activities, the community of remote sensing is making use of a lot of tools to improve and develop the current techniques. One is to get support from transport models. So even if we feed data to the models, we also use those models to better understand the dynamics of the marine plastic contamination in a way that can help us to understand what are the best targets of opportunity or strategic targets for detection with remote sensing techniques. On the other hand, we have also to develop substantial laboratory measurements for different physical properties of this marine litter in order to understand what are the physical properties that offer the best opportunity to be detected using the current technologies that we have. Other aspects that are very important is to better understand how these properties, the signal from the different compounds of the marine litter can be seen throughout the different types of platforms. So we have sensors and platforms. Sensors are related to technologies for detection, optical, radar, etc., whereas platforms are related to the devices that are carrying these sensors, which namely can be drones, airplanes, or satellites in the case of aerial remote sensing. And these platforms, depending on their altitude, they might need support from physical modeling to better understand the signal that they are observing at the altitudes that they are operating. This is an important aspect to be taken into account in remote sensing. The other important aspect is the deployment of targets and for validation and training of retrieval models, as seen also in these photographies, where we, the scientists and the community working in remote sensing, we try to understand how this signal operates and also how we can improve our retrieval algorithms to achieve affordable detection of the marine plastic litter in our oceans. In terms of capabilities and efforts, I'm putting now a number of examples of what we are doing currently with remote sensing. In this case, we are talking about imagery from satellites. This is a spectral data from Sentinel-2, and this is a good example of reported in the literature technique to detect accumulations of floating plastic in the bay and region of Honduras. So in the Caribbean Sea, there are a lot of inputs of plastics coming from rivers, and this group from Kikaki in Greece, they have developed a technique that is able to identify these filaments of floating plastic material, and that allows for geographical mapping of the presence of this litter, and to report of hotspots and events that are producing them. The advantage of Sentinel-2 or Landsat 8 techniques is that the spatial resolution is quite high, between 20 and 10 meters. And this is a very affordable spatial scale for many services and needs from end users. More on this, we can also explore the use of remote sensing to detect proxies of presence of plastic pollution. So in this case, this is a study from Arias, from myself, and the team that we were working together in advance, in which what we tried to aim here was not to detect directly plastic pollution, rather than identify filaments of floating marine debris with high probability of containing also plastics on it. This technique was developed using spectral indexes, so using the information provided by Sentinel-2, in this case, to devise or to identify pixels in the image with possibility of having floating marine debris, supported with an algorithm of artificial intelligence to produce the classifications of those pixels and enable contextual identifications of those filaments. And with all of this, we are generating a set of a data set of filaments collections. All of these images are in the Mediterranean Sea. That will be soon available to the community for further studies and analysis. And more on this, and this is coming practically hot from the oven. This is a very interesting work from the team of Gudjin Murphy, in which they have used thermal infrared to identify floating plastic in the surface of the seawater. To do this, what they have done is to deploy initially some set of artificial targets, and then produce measurements both in day and night to better understand what it is the impact in terms of the heat transfer between atmosphere and the ocean associated to the presence of plastics. And what they have reported is that these transitions of heat between the ocean and the atmosphere are not behaving the same way when you have just the ocean water and when you have a layer of plastic on top of it. So this differential in the thermal infrared information can be used effectively to detect floating plastic litter. And this is perhaps more known. There is also the opportunity to use very high resolution satellites. And this type of platforms have a very high spatial resolution. We are talking of the scales between 15 or even 30 centimeters, which can be used for actual recognition of floating plastic debris over the ocean, but also in coastal areas or in beaches. In this case, in this study, which was presented by Acuña Ruz et al. In 2018, what they did, it was use a constellation of Worldview 3 in order to study the accumulations of big chunks of plastics present in the beaches of Chile. And similar techniques has been already developed with drones, which are very promising for cataloging and identifying and quantifying presence of floating plastic debris that ends up into the beaches of the world. And another recent study, which is preliminary in many ways, is that there is the possibility, even if this is still under significant efforts of studying and development of candidate techniques, to use the signal reflected from the GPS constellation to identify potential accumulations of floating materials in the sea surface. There is still work to do in terms of identifying or trying to separate the signal from the different potential components. But this is also a promising technique that will have many advantages if successful in terms of providing daily and global coverage for low resolution accumulations of floating plastic debris. But as I said, this is still an ongoing work, so please don't take this yet as a consolidated tool, because of it is not. In similar way, we can also use synthetic aperture radar, another active technique on board of satellites or airplanes, in which we use the reflected signal of radars over the sea surface to try to find the patterns in the roughness of that surface that can be linked to the presence of floating materials. In this case, it is a very interesting combination of synthetic aperture radar and artificial intelligence, where combining information from the SAR and also from training data set generated from optical data sets, one can generate a machine learning tool that is able to classify within the SAR with high spatial resolution potential accumulations of floating plastic debris. So going in summary in my presentation, in terms of needs, remote sensing technologies are the solely affordable tools able to provide systematic observations of marine litter, plastic litter at global scale in variable time scales. It complements quite well in situ observations, which are always necessary both for the development and validation, and bridges the gaps in data supporting the modeling effort. In terms of capability, remote sensing can inform of plastic litter using sensors from kilometric spatial resolutions to centimetric spatial resolutions, for example, satellite to drones. And similarly, remote sensing is probably able to inform in multiple plastic fractions and accumulations, but having in mind that satellite-based solutions are unlikely to report on individual items rather than densities or concentrations. For individual item recognitions, other techniques like airplanes or drones are much better suited for this. The limitations is that no sensor technology is perfect for the purposes of marine plastic litter, with some being particularly challenging or having specific limitations. For instance, optical remote sensing can only operate during the day and when the clouds are not present, which is, for example, a very good delimitation of this type of data sets. And current results for satellites are still not mature for operational purposes. There is need of significant research and development effort. To conclude, the way forward from our side, from our group, in terms of the remote sensing development, is that the use of remote sensing for marine plastic litter is an emerging technology and actually requires still significant support from organizations, governments, and institutions to continue developing and reach an operational level. This is more true for the satellite side of the things. For drones, the situation is much more mature. But still, drones will continue to be limited in terms of the size of the areas and times that they can operate. So satellites are still on need. The complementarity of the availability of remote sensing technologies calls for encouraging the merging of various of them as optimal solutions for a global monitoring of the marine plastic litter in all its complex nature and behavior. It is not possible to just use one single technique to get an optimal mapping. Eventually, we'll have to merge different technologies, potentially from different platforms, in order to improve the coverage, both in space and time, and the accuracy of the measurements. Moreover, artificial intelligence and machine learning are also areas that we need to continue to introduce in this context, because they are very well suited to extract useful information from complex data and for fast processing of large volumes of measurements. Future floating plastic detection, classification, and identification will be substantially linked to these other technologies. And as I have been saying today in this presentation, there are already many initiatives that they are introducing elements of this artificial intelligence in order to afford detection. Continuous exchanges with the stakeholders and societal users of this data and the right services is essential to arrange needs with capabilities and to help shaping the technological roadmap leading to the optimal solution. And who knows, maybe having dedicated satellites in the future for this purpose. And with all this, I think I'm finishing my presentation, and I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Manuel. You're in relatively good timing. The questions, please put the questions in the Padlet as well as your comments there. So let's hope that is all okay for you. Then I'd like to call Shungu to take the screen. Okay, are you there ready?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see and we can hear. Go for it.
Okay, so thank you, Victor, for the nice introduction. And well, thank you everyone for tuning in. And yeah, so my presentation is more of an overview of what we have been doing over the last maybe 1 or 2 years, in the sense of trying to form a coordinated, or like to have a group of experts coming together and having one voice in terms of what we are doing towards remote sensing of marine litter and debris. And yeah, so what is the problem? Everyone knows the problem, and it is, yeah, omnipresent in the worst places, the good places, even in Hawaii, the nice holiday place. So this was a beaching event in Kailua in Hawaii recently, like I think this was last year. And in another example here, this is Cambodia. You see packaging plastics, and just behind here, let's see if I can also put my pointer. So just behind here, there's a restaurant. So you can imagine all their packaging material is just being thrown here. And then here you have like residential accommodation, weather. And in most cases, this is mismanaged plastic. So the motivation, like for us to be using remote sensing, I think this table nicely summarizes it. And this is like from the IOCCG report 17 or the 2018 report. So if you really do the math or like the finances, when you're using remote sensing, you have the advantage of spatial coverage. So you have spatial coverage, you have low cost per end user, you know, like relative cost per unit area or per end user would be very low. So that's one of the motivation that has brought us, you know, like to come up with or to start working on the topic of remote sensing of marine litter. So of course, here I try to give the same impression we have here. So with the point measurements using net rows over the years, like since the 1970s, when they're like some of the first reports or that are in open access, they have been collecting data in more or less the same approach where, you know, you have a net row, you collect data, but these are limited to, in most cases, 30 minutes. You have a net row survey of 30 minutes covering, you know, with a net which is opening with 50 centimeters and 1 meter wide, or in some cases wider. But generally, these are considered more or less like in situ observations. Of course, the value or the amount of information you can gather based on observations, like from net row or like point measurements, it is very high. You can do lab analysis, weather analysis, but then when you go to remote sensing, like when you start using drones and satellites, then of course you have limited information, but you get to understand the spatial distribution of plastics. And in some cases, depending on sensor capability, you can also get some information about patches. So in the next slide, this also summarizes the point I was trying to explain here. So here, I think everyone in the audience has an idea of what we talk about when we say microplastics and macroplastics. So here is like an example from the GESAM report where it tries to just, oh, this is from Ryan et al., but this is also available in the GESAM report. So the megaplastics, anything higher than 1 meter, but in most cases, the discussion is always about microplastics and macroplastics, with the limitation of 5 millimeter being the diameter grade. So the abundance, of course, when you go to the smaller sizes, the abundance is growing. And the mass, of course, if you have the bigger plastics, they have more mass compared to the smaller plastics. And the environmental risk, of course, ingestion when you have the smaller size plastics, marine life, fish, or like other microorganisms in the ocean, they might confuse the smaller plastics for food. And then with the bigger plastics, you have challenges of entanglement. Same story that is happening with sampling. When you're sampling, of course, sampling right now, due to technical limitations, we are up to maybe like the mesh size of net rows. But then, of course, the limit is going up towards, you know, like the bigger pieces you can pick by hand or other devices. Same as information of origin, you can still get more information related to origin of plastic or litter when you have bigger pieces. Then of course, it's easier to also mitigate the bigger pieces. So now, like to the point of remote sensing, we are still trying to understand, you know, like, so this is ongoing research, and this is why we want to coordinate things so that if we are talking about an approach or method, it is validated, and the community from experts to the scientists to citizens, they have an understanding of what is going on, and we are using the same terminology, the same approaches, and we have a universal understanding or close to a universal understanding. And so when at the moment, what some of the studies have been showing, you know, like the ease of remote sensing is relatively, it's simpler, or like, well, we have managed to do proof of concept, and we have also come up with different methodologies that have been tested, and they continue being tested and validated. So at the moment, we are still in the field or in the open ocean. We can safely say we can observe aggregated patches, windrows, and artificial targets. Then of course the question, how big are the patches? That's still like an ongoing research question. So like, as I was saying, we need a coordinated voice. And just to give you like an overview or history of where things started, well, as far as I know, of course, I apologize if someone is in the crowd who knows anything beyond 2016, but I should research more on that. But so since 2016, there's been some work that, you know, like, which has brought so many experts together. So this started with a workshop in Hawaii, which was hosted by Nicolash Maximenko. And then from then on, there was like another group of scientists in Europe that was hosted by European Space Agency, thanks to Paolo Corradi. who was behind some of the organizing and motivating the activities. And then in 2018, there was a meeting with the SCORE and Flotsam group, which also brought forward, like new ideas and activities. And from all these activities in 2019, that's when, like the community came together to start writing white papers on how best to proceed and where are the scientific gaps, where are the, like the low-hanging fruits, and what else should we go beyond the low-hanging fruits. So there was a paper which was led by Victor, and this is also in open access. So I have to mention this is on open access, and as well, this paper was led by Nicolash Maximenko. It's also in open access. And in 2020, that's when we saw, like, I would say, large amounts of like funding or resources being mobilized by different agencies. So just to mention a few, the Portuguese Space Agency, they put forward €500,000 towards a study of using artificial intelligence and combining artificial intelligence to understand how best we can also try to reduce marine litter, well, not reduce, but detect and or study marine litter using space or remote sensing technologies. Similar in the United States, the NASA also, through the ROSES project, they have funded 3 projects which are already started this year. And ESA has also been putting so much effort towards different studies that are related to marine litter, using resources from space and using technologies like artificial intelligence. And also in 2020, there was a community white paper, or like community paper, a review, which is also in open access, which was led by Eric Van Sebil. So this figure, I like this figure. Well, yeah, I'm also responsible for the figure, but I like the figure because it gives a nice overview of the different technologies, platforms, and tools that we are using to really try to push the science ahead by understanding how remote sensing can support and maybe also like provide information to the community, be it any let's just say stakeholders. So we have scientists or like citizens who can also like put cameras on ships, or this could be ships of opportunity or dedicated research vessels. We have people, and we have had presentations of people talking about the use of drones, and we have some studies where there's use of aircrafts or aircrafts of opportunity, and also like the new technology which is coming up, high altitude pseudo satellites, and then of course the final like platform that is we can launch from Earth using satellites or CubeSats. And then of course there's also fixed observatories that like could be cameras on beaches, and all these platforms. And in this picture, it also gives you an idea like what the height at which we are observing things, and also like this aerial coverage that you observe. And here we also have to validate what we are observing. So that's where you see the impression of like net throws behind the ship. So far we have, we have conducted different discussions or networking events where we have more or less summarized. So this is a summary, but it's not exhaustive. But the main goals, or what we think the community is asking for. But of course, you're welcome to help us revise this and make this a comprehensive understanding of what the stakeholders are requiring or expecting from remote sensing. But the main thing is, at the moment, what we have, what we can say based on scientific studies and proof of concept. So there is detection. So the detection component involves like people might be interested in only the shape, color, or size of the object, so as descriptors. And this can be obtained from any form of RGB cameras, or be it from a phone, be it from a GoPro. So this is easily done using drones or smartphones or other like platforms with RGB information. But then if you want to identify, of course, for some stakeholders, it is very critical to know the type of polymers. Of course, this could be also influential for policy making and coming up with action plans, or rather changing the policies or regulations in different states, member states. So the question is identification of the polymers. And then for this identification or distinguishing of polymers, you would require FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared, Raman spectroscopy, and shortwave infrared. And in some cases, you saw the previous example of thermo-infrared technology being used. And then when it comes to the quantification, one thing I have to point out with remote sensing, if you're going to look at the ocean surface from above, of course, you would have the limitation of seeing what is at the surface. So the limitation of seeing what is at the surface, you don't know what's below the surface. If you have floating material, you might have some material. So in this picture, if you look closely in this picture, you would likely, well, in this case, I know, I am 100% sure, like there were other plastics below. So with remote sensing, you only see what is on the surface, but you don't know what is below. And the one way you can quantify would be actually, well, you could do actual counts, but from remote sensing, you might be interested in pixel coverage, knowing your pixel is 20 meter by 20 meter, or your pixel is 100 meter by 100 meters. So you either put a percentage to that, or you put a number in terms of like aerial coverage you can calculate from the pixel. And then when you want to study where things are coming from, where they are going, where they are, and like for dedicated cleanup activities, you need to track things. And that's where also, like if you have geostationary satellites that are located, like looking at one location over a time, you can track things. Or if you have, like regular drone surveys or fixed platforms, that's where they come into play. So this will be tracking where things are going, where they are coming from, and also support, like dedicated cleanup activities where you'd easily identify location of litter or big patches, and then you can send volunteers or dedicated cleanup teams to clean up like litter. Going on, so we have come up with a task force, and like as I was speaking about earlier on, in terms of having a unified or standardized way of doing things and coordinated by one body of a group of experts. And within the IOCCG, we managed to come up with a team of experts from space agencies, companies like industry, foundations, research institutes, and universities. So I think here, the main message here is we have tried to come up with a diverse group of experts who are working towards the topic of remote sensing of marine litter. And just to give you, to put names to faces. Here, the team is led by, like coordinate, or like the team at front. We have agency representatives, starting with Paolo Corradi from European Space Agency, and we have Lara Lorenzani from NASA, Debashish Mitra from ISRO, and then we have Hiroshi Murakami from JAXA, and then myself as one of the scientific coordinators, so one of the co-chairs. And again, to repeat, the task force, the primary goal is to coordinate the advancements of like what is currently available, like what is available at the moment in terms of remote sensing technology, be it from drones, be it from space tools. And then we come up with more or less like a roadmap or like ideas or recommendations of what possible like dedicated or rather interdisciplinary tools that might be launched in future, what they might require or what they should have to support, like remote sensing of marine litter. And of course, like the other point is in all aquatic, like our dedication is on all aquatic environments, but this can also be extended to land, or in most cases like beach or like coastal areas where you tend to have beaching of washed or maybe washed ashore plastic litter. And also, like we have split the team, so like to coordinate different activities. I'll explain this later. Just to put names again to faces to names. We have Manuel Arias, Lauren Bierman, Francois Reyes Martin Luzier is one of the founding members, and Victor Martinez-Vicente. And just also, well, I'll just give you maybe a second to also write down the link. It would be nice if you can have a look if you're interested. So we have created a one-stop, like I would like to call, I think the right way we called it is a one-stop shop of, you know, like if anyone is for stakeholders in remote sensing of marine litter and debris. So this is where we hope and believe that, you know, like any information related to remote sensing of marine litter should be found in this on this website. So just a brief history of the task force. So this kicked off, like the kickoff meeting was in January, and we launched the website, and, you know, like we introduced the different members. And then in April, things started to move, and we had a bi-monthly meeting of the coordinators and the co-chairs. And we had and I'm very proud to say, like, we managed to have our first workshop, and we should be having our second workshop very soon, and announcements will be coming soon if it's open to everyone. One other thing, like, well, not one other thing, but like the one-stop shop title I've been giving, you know, like, and one thing also to note is the living library bibliography. Why do we call it the living bibliography? We are trying to create a source of information for anyone, you know, like be it citizens, be it scientists, be it stakeholders, where they can find in one place information related to remote sensing of marine litter. So how have we done that? So since November 2021, we have about 60 papers, like just references. So here you'll find references related to the topic. Of course, there are other papers out there. We are still looking, and we encourage everyone to submit. You know, like if you go on our website, on the task force website, we have a simple like set of rules on how to submit. It's just like the referencing style so that everything is consistent. And also like data sets. If you have data sets you want to share with others, kindly just send us the reference so that anyone who might be interested in your data set that is related to remote sensing of marine litter or debris can always find it here. So again, please kindly share your data and information so that we know you have published something, and then others might be interested in that study. So thank you again if you submit something. Again, so the point, again, what I just explained, you know, like our main theme or goal is to promote open access science, and we are also promoting the FAIR policy. And on our website as well, we do not say like you have to submit your data to this particular open online repository, but rather we provide you a list of repositories where other scientists have submitted their data. And I think one of the presentation will go into more detail, like Ocean Scan will talk about like a dedicated database where people can submit data related to remote sensing of marine litter. Yeah, so one other thing is I was showing you the timeline. I'm also happy to announce that, you know, like the agencies and different stakeholders have been investing so much money into trying to understand, you know, like trying to explore and, well, try to advance the science in remote sensing of marine litter. And so the different agencies so far, they have funded around over 30 research projects. So in the coming year and coming years, we should be getting results. And, you know, like I would say, well, watch this space. You should be having wonderful news or, well, updates related to the topic. The previous slide, I was talking about the different coordinators, different groups. So within the task force, we have not split, but we work in conjunction with, in parallel, I would say, yeah, okay, we are pillars. The pillars of the task force are, we have called them core topics. So these core topics work independently, but then we have one way to bring everything together, which is the international experts. But we have Victor, he's leading the technologies. So trying to understand what technologies are available, how can we utilize these technologies, what information they can provide, you know, and then maybe also try to find the gap. Where is the gap in the technologies that are already available? How can we like recommend the agencies or stakeholders who design instrumentation to provide the tools that we require for our science in terms of like remote sensing of marine litter. So once we get the technologies, of course, then we go to data sets. So once you have the data sets, we then go to algorithms and applications. So how do we convert the data we are getting into information that is useful to policymakers, to citizens, to different, like one example is how can it be useful to port authorities? There was a presentation on port from a port authority. And then also like for fisheries, aquatic, for fisheries, how can that information be useful? How can we present or provide useful information? And how do we connect all this information to interdisciplinary activities? That's where Lauren Bierman is also working on, like how to connect the products we are generating from remote sensing, how they can be disseminated to the community. And of course, one thing I forgot, the teams are either they have regular meetings, and then also they are working towards a draft. Again, the term I have to emphasize here, living reports. So these reports would be like similar to Wikipedia type of documents where we try to update them with changes because technology is evolving and things are moving very fast. So unfortunately, the evolution of technology and the amount of plastic is just not equal. So that's why we decided to do living reports, because all these things, as technology is evolving and the amount of plastic is changing and the diversity in plastic is changing. So all these things have to be updated, and the timeline is always just, it's unpredictable. So just to summarize everything, well, the most point is the most important point is space agencies and funding sources. They should fund more advanced add-on works related to remote sensing of marine litter. So that means, like new research work should actually, well, I don't know if it's the right word, like we should not try to reinvent the wheel, but rather build on what is already out there. So that's why also like we see the task force as one source of such information. So it would be very nice, or like it would be vital, so like for funding agencies and also for scientists outside who are trying to study remote sensing of marine litter, to get an understanding of what the task force or related projects have been working on, and obviously some of the results, so that we try to build off other technology which is already there, and then we advance the field instead of doing the same thing over and over again. And then, of course, use the knowledge base from the task force to identify, of course, the technology and research gaps, be it also algorithms and how other ways we can utilize the information we are collecting. And right now, like one of the things is pushing and exploring new initiatives. So there's also like the use of airborne monitoring as a synergy with other technologies, and promote potential remonitoring applications at regional level. So like different parts of the world conducting regional level observations, or be it local level as well. And then one thing, of course, for remote sensing, at the end of the day, we need validation. Of course, we can do lab observations, we can do field observations, proof of concept, but at higher altitude remote sensing, we still require, well, ground truth or sea truth information. And of course, the operative goal from ongoing research would be like how we can realistically detect X or Y if we had a sensor Z. So in order to achieve W, which is needed to effectively support K. So, like the whole idea of doing the task force is try to coordinate such activities whereby we can identify the gaps and also identify the capabilities of the current tools. And with that, I say thank you for your attention. And well, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you very much, Shungu. Very, very good presentation. I think the questions will be happening at the end of all of the presentations. So we're moving very quickly to the next speaker, and this is kind of a small break in the different in terms of topic because we're moving away from a little bit of the scientific and scientific policy domain into more of a outreach, just to give you a break of this heavy scientific subjects, but at the same time, is moving away from the surface of the ocean into the deep. So I'm very pleased to introduce Ahmed Gabr from ImageIf, who's a world record holder for the deepest scuba dive. I cannot dive that, not even closer to that. So we'll be talking about the activities that he and his team are doing for plastic pollution in the sea. And there you go. Ahmed, when you are ready, the floor is yours.
So I'm sorry, let me just like cancel the camera because I have a little bit like interruption with the internet here in the country. So I will cancel the camera. Is that possible?
Yeah, cancel
the camera. Yeah. So I mean, like, if you can just like, I have the presentation of ImageIf first. I mean, like, yes. All right. I mean, like, it's a little bit. I mean, like, my story is different. Then I cannot actually compete with the beautiful presentation I just heard right now. But I'm gonna tell you my story about like sustainability. You know, I did my deep dive record in 2014. It was a 6 years project for myself, and then I did my dive. I did my deep scuba dive, which is 332.35 meters, verified and official still till that day, you know, by Guinness Book of Records. And then I started. I mean, like, and during my last part of my deep dive at 27 meters, then I had like a shark. It was with me for 6 hours, you know, and then which is a little bit weird to find a shark in this specific area around. So as well, I mean, like during my diving before and after, I mean, like during my preparation and after my deepest scuba dive record, I realized the coral reef is not as healthy as before. And then, so I kind of like realized, and I started to see a problem, you know, like in the ocean in general, you know. So I mean, like, so I teamed up. I mean, like in 2015, just 1 year after, I started, like, I wanted to point this problem out, you know. So I was able to collect 614 divers, and then I did the largest underwater cleanup in a single venue. The most participants in underwater cleanup in a single venue. And that was another Guinness World Record title as well, like I gained in 2015, like almost 1 year after my deepest scuba dive record. And then the whole idea, it wasn't the record itself, the whole idea was actually like to put the attention into the problem. And then I started, like, I mean, like I teamed up with my partner right now, Omar Samra. He's also like the first Egyptian like to go to Mount Everest, and he climbed the highest mountain in each continent because he started also to realize the problem like he has around him as well. I mean, like after that, it's we started like to realize like we have like problem with, especially with the single-use plastic. So we're in contact, me and him were in contact with nature, and we saw like the nature is not the same like before. I mean, like, so our motto, I mean, like we had a motto, I mean, like, so we need to clean up and we need to solve the problem from the deepest, from the bottom of the sea to the mountains, you know, like to the highest mountains. You know, we realized that we have big problem, and the problem is mainly, as mentioned before from the previous speakers, you know, in the nanoplastic. You know, it actually transformed, you know, into more toxic chemicals. Plastic is everywhere on the planet, even in the most remote and protected natural areas, you know, that can be only reached on foot. There is a pieces of plastic as well for every fish in the sea. 700 species are going to extinct. You know, 90% of the seabirds have pieces of plastic in their stomach as well. 48% of the sea creatures have plastic in them. At the depth of 2,000 meters by 2050, there will be like more plastic than fish in the ocean. You know, so we realized the problem is actually with the actual, you know, with the single-use plastic. The problem is not in the plastic. The problem in the single-use plastic is unused, and then we need to change, and we need to sustain it. Like we need to change this single-use plastic to be a sustainable a sustainable use of plastic. I mean, and there are like a lot of experiences that like happened around the world. I mean, like it happened as well, like in India and Nigeria, they made like roads, you know, roads made out of plastic. Paving stones as well, like it happens in some African companies, some African countries. Rooftops as well, you know, it happens now, especially in Europe. And then we started, like, the name of my company, it's What If, you know, what if we tackle the plastic crisis in the places in the hardest access our protected nature habitats? What if we could solve the problem of the source, from the source? What if we could find a genuine solution for plastic waste? What if we could make fashionable again of the sustainable products? This is our thinking here, you know. So our campaign mainly like based on three phases. The first phase is like to increase the awareness, especially with the younger generation. And this is just by talking, doing workshops in schools, you know, or in the remote areas. The second thing, or the second part, is to do the solutions by the actual cleanup, which we already did, like especially in places that doesn't have garbage collecting system. The third thing is finding alternatives, you know, like, and encourage the local industry, you know, like in Bedouins remote area, do workshops with them, you know, like start to give them like workshops, and then start to buy their products and then sell it for them, and then give them profit, and then we make profit as well. This is mainly like our if, like, and then as well we made lately we made a hackathon, a competition. We invited artists, you know, from around the country here, and then artists. I mean by artists cinematographers, you know, like documentary movie producers, you know, and painters, photographers, you know, from around the country, like, and then to spot the problem, you know, like to spot them, like, and then we give them like prizes, you know, like, and then they started, and then we give them prizes to encourage the other people, they, you know, like, and to focus on the problem and increase the awareness by doing all of that. It was kind of successful as well. Like, I'm working on another project right now, you know, which is a coral restoration, you know, like I can see the problem. I mean, like, it's like as well with the coral color as well. I mean, like, it's not the same like before, you know. So corals, and especially in Egypt here, they support human life. Over 500 million people, you know, worldwide rely on reefs for jobs, food, and coral coast defense. They are vital for the development, you know, of new therapeutic approach, like the treatment for cancer and heart disease, which rely on the extract from species living on the reefs. They are vital for supporting the ecosystem. They are also, like, you know, like, to buffer shoreline against 97% of the energy from the waves, storms, and floods, you know, helping to prevent loss of life. So, you know, I mean, like, it's very important. I mean, like, especially here in Egypt, you know, of the coast of Egypt, for example, you know, the water of the Red Sea are home to some of the most productive and diverse coral reefs in the world. Egypt attracts millions of divers, snorkelers, and other coastal visitors from across the globe. This, combined with easy access and travel option, make of the tourism industry one of the biggest contributors to the Egyptian economy, generating around 389 billion Egyptian pounds in 2018, and provide work opportunities for hundreds of thousands of Egyptian people. Since we are blessed, we had to have such an amazing coral reefs, providing so much for our economy and people, where exactly there is a problem. So I thought about like having like like having corals like around the shoreline of Egypt, like to provide alternative coral reefs like because we have like very high traffic in that, and we have like too many stressors like also affect these coral reefs. What are these stressors? Like number one is climate change. Number two is pollution, so I'm doing a lot of cleanups right now. Number three as well, like unaware, like people not aware, especially who work in the tourism industry, like they damage coral, they just seek for fast money, by teaching like novice divers, for example. So I imported right now. I mean, like I have like people who does the know-how. I mean, like who did that already, like in other Asian countries. I mean, like, and then right now I'm in contact with the Ministry of Environment. And then we started this project here in Egypt. This is all what I have for now, and wait for me soon. Hopefully, I mean, like I can have more information to give. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Very inspirational talk. I think sometimes when we are thinking about our own science and our own satellite algorithms and these problems, we sometimes we lose track of where the real problem are and how far something that begins on the surface can reach to the deep and to coral reefs and impact on biodiversity and impact then on people's lives and sustains, like they cannot earn the money from the tourists if the tourists are not getting there. So thank you very much for reminding us of all these things with such an insight and beautiful pictures, and looking forward to see more of your prowess and see whether you can do even greater things, like going into greater either depths or with more people to clean up. So thank you very much, Ahmed. And I think we go to the next speaker, who I think it is Professor Chuanmin.
Thank you, Victor. Can you hear me and see me?
Oh, yes. Hello. Good morning to you. Yes, I can see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. Let me try to share my screen.
Yeah. Thank you very much for attending and giving us a presentation today. So we're looking forward.
My pleasure. Thank you. Okay, cool. You see my presentation?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. First, I want to thank the previous speakers. You guys make my talk much easier for the excellent overview. There are many types of remote sensing techniques, and my talk is focused on the ocean color remote sensing, basically visible near infrared channels. So I want to convey the message of what is possible, what may be difficult, and what may be even impossible. Okay. So yeah, because of the overview has been covered, so I can go directly to the technical steps. So this is regarding not just marine debris. I use that as the same name for marine litter. It applies to all floating matters on the water surface. So the principle apply to everything. Conceptually, we need 3 steps to detect and quantify the floating matter. One is there something there? Okay, so that is purely based on a spatial anomaly. Once you see, oh, there's something, but the second one would be, what is that? Okay, that will be based on spectral discrimination. Lastly, how much is that? Okay. Neither is easy. And the next, I'm going to show why. So first step, is there something that is a spatial anomaly? That really depends on the contrast between your object and the background, right? So if we have a pixel of a target pixel and you have a background water, the spatial anomaly is defined by the difference, delta R. And that difference mathematically is proportional to the contrast between these two targets, the floating matter and water, and scaled by the subpixel proportion. We call it the He factor. Okay? If the He is 0%, then you have no contrast. If He is 100%, the contrast is just the contrast between the floating matter and the water. Okay, so how low can we detect? What is the lower detection limit of floating matter? That is related to first the contrast and also related to the sensor's sensitivity. Okay, that's a C noise. And the sensitivity is defined by signal to noise. So to make a long story short, if you have a signal to noise of 200/1, and if you want to use a single band, the lower detection limit is 0.2%. And for Sentinel-2 MSI, the detection limit is 0.8%. So these numbers should be interpreted as, below the subpixel coverage, you have no way to see the anomaly. But above those, you may still have a problem to see the anomaly because you want to use multiple bands, you want to use the index, and that way your noise is higher. But these are the lower detection limit. Now, if we use a single band to achieve the best detection capacity, the first question is, can we detect microplastics? Is there something there? And I think Manuel showed this image already. That's based on thousands and tens of thousands of field surveys. So the highest microplastic density is about 10 million pieces per kilometer square, or 10 particles per meter square. Can we detect this many particles with an optical sensor? Okay. If we assume the average size of microplastic particle of 2.5 millimeter, that's in the middle from 0 to 5, then the subpixel coverage, the He factor, is 0.005%. That is 40 times lower than a detection limit from a 200/1 signal to noise sensor. So that is very difficult unless you really have a huge aggregation of microplastic particles around the front or an 80. And they must sit on the very surface. If they are submerged, we have no way to detect. So that's an extreme difficulty. It's not completely impossible, but very difficult. What about the other floating matters? Well, as long as they are large enough and the sensor has enough signal to noise, you can detect them. For example, these first two images are from the Caribbean Sea, from this publication, and the bottom two images from the Gulf of Mexico. These images show spatial anomaly. At least there's something there. There are some slicks. Okay? The same thing occurs to the Marmara Sea near Turkey, and you see this image slicks. This is from VIIRS. And you also see image slicks of Nova Scotia Shelf of Canada. They have a swirl pattern. You have different image slicks in the Great Salt Lake. If we expand to the entire globe, this is still incomplete, but even though from all these colored boxes and dots, if you zoom in, you can see a lot of image slicks. So these are spatial anomalies. They tell you, oh, there's some form of floating matter on the water surface. And if this is based on OCHI, 300 meter resolution, if you zoom in with a Sentinel-2, with even commercial sensors, you see more, you see better. Okay? So that is quite straightforward if you have the right sensor, if the floating matter is large enough. The next question is, what is that something, if you see something? Okay? That will depend on the spectral shape of that something. And here's the publication to show the spectral shape, okay, various polymer plastics. What you see is, in general, they have quite a flat spectral shape, okay, regardless of the magnitude. It's quite flat, below 900 nanometer. And there are some features above 900 nanometer, like this one, and 1200 and 1600 nanometer. These are caused by the hydrocarbon absorption effects. Okay. If you can detect this feature, then you can say for sure, I have some hydrocarbon compounds on the surface. But this would be very, very difficult. Most time we don't have this type of capacity. We have only the visible near-infrared band. Okay. And likewise, if we look at this type of material, the spectral shape is quite similar. They are all flat. They do not have narrowband features. Okay. The magnitude changes. And this one, it's a floating, a fishing float. Okay, it's quite the field. Again, you do not have the narrowband feature, okay, below 900 nanometer. It's quite flat. And these are not the only materials that are possible on the ocean surface, because we have white caps, we have bubbles. The white caps may have some features between 500 and 700 if the bubbles are submerged in water. If we have very white surface white caps, they also do not have the spectral narrowband features. They're quite flat. And what else do we have? And recently there's a report of a sea snort in Marmara Sea. If you look at the spectral shape of sea snort, it's right here. It's also spectrally flat. They do not have narrowband features. Okay. So on top of this, we have all kinds of floating vegetation. And Ava, Sargassum, Trichodesmium, and red Nautiluca, green Nautiluca, you name it, and the pumice raft. In other words, there are many kinds of floating matters, including marine litter and floating vegetation and other natural and unnatural matters. But so far, you may see, oh, they are spectrally different, even though there are two large groups. One is this group. They have a lot of spectral features. The other group, sea snort, white caps, float marine litter, they do not have narrowband feature, they're flat, but at least we can separate them, separate these two groups. But sometimes, even though that's difficult, the reason again is because for most satellite sensors, this type of floating materials are very small compared to a pixel size. Most of the pixels have just a few percent or even less than 1% of floating matter in the pixel. So how do we differentiate when they have very low pixel coverage? The trick is to use the difference. So at a low coverage, the contrast between the target pixel and the water pixel, we have seen this in the second slide, is proportional to the full contrast modulated by the He factor. So take this for example. If we do not use a difference, we just look at a target pixel. Okay, the black circle, that's a target pixel, and the nearby water pixel, it's almost the same, except the near-infrared for the red edge reflectance. Likewise, for another target, the black circle and the water, okay, they're almost the same. But now if we look at the difference between these two, the difference is green. The difference between these two is brownish. And the spectral shape between these two, the green and the brown, is very different between these two bands, the green band and the orange band. Here is the green rich. Okay, the 550 has a peak. Over here, the 620 has a peak. So at least you can tell this is some form of a green energy. This is some form of Brown energy. And more than that, by looking at the magnitude of this reflectance difference right here, okay, it's 0.002. So that is about 1% of subpixel coverage, because a full coverage would have about a 30%. I'm sorry, 0.3 or 0.2 to 0.3 reflectance. And likewise, this is also 1%. So using this technique, we can not only tell the spectral shape difference, but we can also tell the subpixel coverage amount. We can quantify this. Okay? Here is another example to show the previous case. So what are the slicks? If we look at the spectral shape, okay, this is quite flat. There's no narrowband feature. Okay? In contrast, this slick, the 3 points, they all have this pigment feature around 670. We know this is chlorophyll A. Okay? Then based on local knowledge, we know when and where this occurred. This is the likely triple-decimal. And this, we have no idea what that is. Same thing applies to the Great Salt Lake case. Okay? If you look at the difference spectra of 3 points from the slicks, they appear like this. Now we compare with a lab measurements of the what is called brine shrimp eggs. So these are brine shrimp eggs in salt water. Okay? The spectral shapes are almost identical. So this way we can not only classify the slicks as brine shrimp eggs, but we can also quantify density. But when we apply the same technique to a spectral flat spectrum, we have a difficulty. Okay. So these two are the average macro debris and microplastic spectrum. Again, you see there's no spectral feature. And this is a cis-naught. These two are the cis-naught features. They are also flat. Okay. So if we just to see a spectral difference, so is that due to micro debris or due to cis-naught? Or something like this of Nova Scotia. These are the spectral shape. So what exactly is the feature here? Is the feature here? We have no idea. We can only speculate. And you may say, oh, this looks like a marine debris. Oh, if there's this much marine debris, you will hear from news report almost every day. But whitecaps can be ruled out because the wind is low and this type of feature lasts for more than a week. But still, we cannot tell what they are. That's the difficulty. So that gives us the biggest challenge. Then you may ask the question, well, you are restricted to below 900 nanometer. What if you use SWIR bands, shortwave infrared bands? And because this has been shown, if you have SWIR band, you can look at those features. That's true. Only when you have many SWIR bands to detect this type of feature here, to tell the depth. If you have just 1 or 2 SWIR bands, those would not help. For example, for the spectral feature of cis-naught, without a SWIR band, you see it's quite flat. If you do have a SWIR band here, what does it tell you? It's low reflectance, that's it. You have no additional information. And this is the MSI spectrum for triple-decimal. And you see the pigment absorption here. If we include both SWIR bands, here and here, again, other than the low reflectance values, they do not tell you much information. Same thing for the unknown feature here. If we extend to the SWIR bands, they don't tell you much. Okay, that's not against the SWIR band. If you have 3 more SWIR bands around this 2, and you may be able to tell the absorption feature here. Then you can detect, oh, this may be plastics, not something else floating on the surface. So that's the future hope. Then you may argue, what about hyperspectral data? although we do not have operational hyperspectral sensor, but I know several agencies are planning to launch hyperspectral satellites. Well, they're very useful to differentiate between different floating vegetations because they show spectral wiggling here. If you have more bands, you can certainly tell, oh, they're different. This green is different from the brown, is different from the trickle, is different from red Nautiluca. Okay. But when we apply the same thing to detect marine debris or marine litter, because they are spectrally flat, regardless of how many bands you have. Let's say I add 10 more bands within this. What extra information do you get? Perhaps very little. So it is useful to differentiate different types of vegetation, but less useful for marine litter with hyperspectral for this range. Next is, what if you have a higher resolution? Because you can use a drone, you can use a low altitude flight. I think Shungu showed this. That depends on how close you want to go, or what is your resolution. In this particular example, we detected all those slick features of Nova Scotia. If we zoom in with the dove, 3-meter resolution, we have this slick. And further go to 0.5-meter resolution world view, we have the slick. And the spectral shape is always flat. So even with a 0.5-meter resolution, we can't tell what that is. It's some form of non-vegetation feature. So we can make a speculation, of course. You may say, oh, what if you have this type of resolution? You can see the individual jellyfish on the surface. Well, this would require sub-centimeter resolution, okay, or centimeter resolution. Currently, we don't have. Maybe a drone would have something like this. This is a 2-centimeter resolution. But even though, can anyone tell me if any of these white spots, these are white caps, small forms, can any of these white spots be due to marine litter or marine debris or marine plastics? That's just a few centimeters. That's still very difficult unless we have some local knowledge and we have a full spectrum. So with this, I think I can summarize. For our business, size really matters. It's not only critical for the detection limit and for unmixing, but it's also critical for spectral discrimination. Other than the size, most challenging really comes from spectral discrimination because there are many floating matters on the surface, plastics, other non-plastic debris, white foam, vegetation. Especially among non-vegetation floating matters. They are all spectrally similar. This is the real difficulty. But even though, at least we can tell for now, the difference between vegetation and the non-vegetation. And the trick is to use spectral difference rather than the pixel spectrum itself. And also use a spectral average to minimize the spectral distortion due to band mismatch. This is particularly important for MSI. If you use a single pixel, you may get all kinds of spectral shapes because some bands have 20 meter, others have 10 meter resolution. They have different portions of the floating meter. Okay? Now, talking about the SOAR bands, hyperspectral or higher resolution, yes, they are useful, but they also have limitations. Depending on how many bands, where the bands are, and what is the resolution. If you can't go into, say, centimeter, you can't tell the morphology, and you still need to differentiate the material based on spectral shape. Okay? All these points are conceptual. I have not even talked about how exactly we implement this concept. I know people have implemented this in one way or the other, but From this, I hope I can show, yes, it's possible to detect a marine litter, but at the same time, we need to be cautious. Detecting something is relatively easy, but discriminating that something is much more difficult. So with this, I hope I showed in very brief message what is possible and what may be difficult. And that's why we have this large team to work on this difficult problem. And I look for forward to your questions later.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chuanmin. It's a very, very nice presentation, very clear messages around. I think there will be some questions, I'm very sure, and it will be very interesting to have some discussion about your approach here.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have just the last but not least speaker today. Else, are you around and ready to share your screen?
Yes, hi, Victor. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Okay, well, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for coming in and joining today. I'm looking forward to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's there and perfect. Okay,
great. So I will be talking about optical characterization of marine plastic litter. With optical characterization, I mean that we want to understand the spectroreflectance of plastic litter. And Chuanmin already introduced this in his previous presentation. And I will be showing you some more spectroreflectances of plastic litter. The spectroreflectance is actually determined by absorption and scattering of light by the plastic litter. And for those who are not so familiar with this, I actually compare it also with the human color vision. So our human eye is actually sensitive to the blue, the green, and the red light. So we can say that the plastic is blue, the plastic is gray, orange, and so on. But with a dedicated sensor, such as the one on Sentinel-2, we can look into these colors in much more detail. And we can not only look into the visible, but also in the near infrared and into the short-wave infrared. And this can potentially provide much more information about the plastic litter. So this is not really new. Before we started looking into this from the remote sensing community, there was already quite some information available from optical sorting in the industry. And this is from a publication from 2012 already from Masumi. And at the left, you see the reflectance, the spectral reflectance in the near infrared, the shortwave infrared of different polymer types. And you can see very well the dips. These are the absorption features. And these are very representative for the different polymer types and can actually be used to discriminate between the different polymer types. There has also been research done on, for instance, the influence of a specific label, for instance, on plastic bottles, also influence of the thickness of the plastic and so on. Also in the remote sensing community, we have been analyzing the spectroreflectance of plastic, and we are doing this by these kind of spectrometers, as you see here at the right. It's an ASD spectrometer. You can see also the optical fiber attached to the spectrometer. And these are two examples. At the left, you see from publication from Garaba and Diersen from 2018, where they measured dry virgin pellets. At the right-hand side, you see a recent experiment that we've been doing together with Giulia Leoni from VLIS, and where she was measuring dry karat samples. You see them in the picture here. And if you look at the spectroreflectances, you can see again the same absorption features in the shortwave infrared as we have seen from the previous publication. Of course, if we go into a real outdoor environment, we don't see these real virgin pellets and plastics as I've shown you earlier. This is what we observe in reality. At the left, you see it's a picture taken in Vietnam. It is in a dead mangrove forest, and you can see that the plastic is really trapped into the mangrove forest. So the plastics are really weathered in reality. They have also accumulations of microorganisms, biofouling on the plastics. They have a different structure, so you have bags which are wrinkled, you have plastic bottles which are crushed and so on. So this has to be taken into account if we look at the spectroreflectances. What we have been doing, we have been gathering real weathered samples, for instance, from the Port of Antwerp. And this is an example where we measured with the ASD the spectroreflectance of these weathered samples. So you can see, for instance, the reflectance of a waste rope. There is an orange tube, but also some foil. And again, what we observe is in the visible, it's mainly reflecting the apparent color of the plastic, whether it's green, orange, or red. In the shortwave infrared, we again see the specific absorption features of the different type of plastics. Only when we have quite thin plastic, like the isolating foil of the transparent foil, the spectrum in the shortwave infrared also gets really flat, and you don't see the absorption features are much well pronounced. Same has been done by Garaba and Diersen, where they collected plastic from beaches along the west coast of the USA. And also there in these real weathered samples, you saw the absorption features quite well in the shortwave infrared. Together with Giulia Leoni and within the PluxIn project, we have been doing tests of artificial weathering on plastics, where Giulia used a sun test weathering chamber, and she simulated 1 year of solar radiation in Central Europe. And the graph that you see here is a reflectance of polyethylene, a virgin sample, the original sample in yellow. And then you see a reflectance of the weathered sample for dry and seawater conditions in green and in blue. And you see in the visible that the reflectance is decreasing a little bit. In the first shortwave infrared regions, you see a small increase, I mean, and the second region is more or less stable. Also, the absorption features are still well preserved, also after the weathering. A similar experiment where we simulated the biofouling. So the plastic, they were placed in an aquarium to allow a biofilm to form on the plastic. You can see the samples here in the aquarium on the right, and you see a biofilm here on the carrot sample in the left. Again, an example for a polyethylene sample here. You see in yellow the original virgin sample, and the other colors show you the reflectance with the biofilm for a pristine surface, for a rough surface, and also for wet and dry conditions. You can see a big difference in the visible. We see an overall decrease in the spectral reflectance. You also see an increase in the green and decrease in the red wavelengths. And in the shortwave infrared, you mainly see an overall decrease, but you see that the shape is pretty well preserved, and we still observe the absorption features. Another example where you see also the effect of the structure of the plastic. This is a rope, a blue rope, first rolled in compact conditions, then unrolled, and then tied, very tight along a frame. We can see that where the rope is unrolled, you can see the lowest reflect. So these are the blue reflectance. So you can see that they have a much lower reflectance when they are unrolled, whereas in compact condition they have a much higher reflectance. Of course, in real marine conditions, the plastics can also be wet. They can also be slightly submerged. There is also, like Chuanmin already announced, that there is also organic matter in the water. There are turbidity plumes, there is foam, sun glint, and whitecaps on the surface. And we should, of course, be able to distinguish the plastic from all those. For this, we've been doing experiments in a water tank where we were able to submerge the plastic in the water, but we were also able to add sediments in the water and keep them in suspension. This is a result for a dry plastic orange placemat, where you see the dry reflectance in blue. you can see the reflectance for the wet sample in gray. And then for the placemat submerged at 2.5 centimeter, 5, 9, 12, and so on. And you can see very well how the reflectance in the shortwave infrared decreases. And when it's submerged about 2.5 centimeters, you almost don't see any reflectance anymore. And this is due to the high pure water absorption in the shortwave infrared. You can see a small increase around 1150, and that's actually due to a local decrease in the pure water absorption coefficient. You can also see that the shape in the near infrared changes also due to the water absorption. Also already touched upon by Chuanmin, of course, we have to be able to differentiate the plastic also from the white caps and the foam on the surface. And this is actually a nice example to show you how similar the reflectance spectra sometimes are. So if you look at the black dotted line, this is a simulated white cap spectrum. And then you have the green line, which is a wet plastic bag. And you can see that the shape is very similar. And the same for the wet orange placemat in light orange. And then a sample from a turbid water plume. And also there you can see how similar the two spectra are and how complex it sometimes is to differentiate between both. I will now show you two use cases where I've been working on. The first one is an artificial accumulation zone that we made in the lake in Belgium. And the question was there whether we can detect and also estimate the volume of the accumulation zone. We used a drone for this use case, and we used the MicaSense Red Edge camera on the drone, which has 5 spectral bands between the blue and the near infrared. This is the accumulation zone on the land. So it was a combination of weathered plastics coming from the port of Antwerp, also some plastics from the Scheldt River and some plastics coming from Vietnam. So you can see it's a combination of different types of plastic, but also some wood and some reed, so some organic matter in between. This is a net that we constructed to also contain the plastics on the water and to make an artificial accumulation zone on the water. At the left here, you see one of the drone images, an RGB image. And you can see at the bottom, at the top left, you can see the accumulation of the plastic. At the right, you see the net, which was at that time still on land. And in the middle, you can see some reflectance panel that you use for calibration. So the first thing that we did is we calibrate and derive the reflectance values from the drone images. So the idea was to really derive quantitative information from the MicaSense camera. And then we applied the random forest classification with only 2 classes, so litter and no litter. And this was based on 20 different indices, widely used indices. At the right-hand side, you can see the result. So the white shows you the identified litter, and the black is the non-litter class. So these are the very first results, but you can see that the algorithm already identifies the litter pretty well. It also identifies the reflectance panels, which were also made of plastic, and the nets. You can see a little bit noise at the top right. So this is still something we have to improve, either by improving the training of the algorithm or in post-processing. A second example is where we want to detect individual pieces of litter. And potentially also in the next phase try to identify the litter. In this case, we used a fixed camera setup from a bridge, and we used 3 different types of cameras. So we have a high resolution RGB camera, this one you see in the middle of the box there. We have also a multispectral camera where it was a combination of 2 MicaSense cameras, where in total we have 10 spectral bands. And we have a very dedicated shortwave infrared camera for plastic detection. They were all mounted to point at the same location, and they were also constructed in a way that they were able to measure the entire day. So it was really an automated setup. Some more information on the shortwave infrared camera. We have been identifying the wavelengths that are useful for plastic identification. And we went to a camera manufacturer in Belgium, Cnix, and they constructed a shortwave infrared multispectral camera. They used an in-gas pixel array where they put some filters on top. And in total, we have 6 wavelengths in the shortwave infrared between 1200 and 1700 nanometer. These are some more pictures from the experiment. We used a boat on the water, and we threw some plastic ourselves into the water. Not only plastics, but also some wood and some reed. And what we did is we developed an AI model to detect the plastics. The goal was to detect litter. So we didn't make a distinction up till now, distinction between litter and organic matter. And these are the results of the AI model. In the boxes, these actually show you how the accuracy of the detections for this particular type of litter. So at the left, you see a 99% accuracy. The yellow object was identified with 100% accuracy, and the right target with 55. But still, this 55, we were pretty happy because you can see that the plastic was slightly submerged. Some other results also for this one, I was happy to see the results. It's a plastic bag, you can see here in the middle, which was also slightly submerged, and the algorithm was able to detect it with 100% accuracy. Some more results. So as a take-home message, I think I tried to show you that the detection of marine plastic litter is quite complex. So you have different polymers, you have different shapes, but we also have to take into account the weathering, the biofouling, and also the features on the surface, such as glint, white caps, and so on. So that means it's not like a simple transfer of methodologies that have been developed already from industrial sorting. So this means up till now, we have been approaching it very simple and tried to do a general litter of detection of floating material. And I show you that this has a pretty high potential. In the next phase, we want to also discriminate further between organic matter and plastics, which I believe is also possible. But it gets really complex if we also want to discriminate between polymer types. In the end, I think if you have sufficient spatial resolution, I think it's beneficial to combine AI, looking at shape, and also spectral approaches. And I believe that more spectral bands in the FNIR and also shortwave infrared can help. The end, I think we also have to understand very well the use case and choose the right technology for the use case that we have. I showed you 2 types where we want to look at an accumulation zone and also want to detect individual litter, and where we have selected a completely different type of setup and also cameras. To end, I would just like to announce that we were also doing a feasibility study for a marine litter satellite mission. And we just started with this feasibility study. We will now be doing a large stakeholder and requirement analysis for the mission. So we are contacting a lot of people to get their requirements now. We've been also defining a first mission concept and doing a small mission conceptual design study. So if people are interested to know more about the mission, you can contact me or also my colleague, Stefan Lievens. So I want to thank you, and also want to thank our funding agency, the Blue Cluster in Belgium, the ATTRACT program, and also the European Space Agency. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Els. Very nice presentation, all of you. Well, I would like to, first of all, thank all the presenters. And we still have about 12 minutes to address some of the questions. They were slow to come, but I think some of them have appeared. If the speakers wouldn't mind to switch on the cameras for the questions, I'll begin to read some of them as they get them from the Padlet. For the first one I have selected from my left, it's for Chuanmin. Hi, very interesting presentation. And this is a question I also had when I was looking at your presentation. It's a question about deriving the delta R. And the question is, do you need to find a pixel that you know is only water surface and covered by litter to compute this difference between something that it's litter and just pure water? And how, I suppose, how do you find that? Where do you put the limit there?
Great question. Nothing is easy in the practical world. So this is about image processing. Okay, it's one step beyond the concept. So how do you find those pixels? You can use some sort of image segmentation technique to first find those features. There's a special anomaly. You can use any technique to find the feature and remove all those non-wanted features, including clouds, stray light. You need to have a way to remove those pixels. Then the difference is water, right? You have the feature you want, and you remove all those artifacts, and then all other pixels of water. You find the water pixels are closest to your feature, then you need to subtract it. So that's, again, conceptual. How exactly you do that? You need to write some codes or call some existing routines from Python or something.
Okay, so essentially image segmentation to identify
right.
Right. Okay, well, it's otherwise they're all in the papers that you have published. So I think details can be assessed there. Another question for you, and sounds very strange, but it's another one I had also in my mind. If you see it so difficult to detect from remote sensing the plastic, what about other approaches? And this question comes along and says, what about extra pieces of information provided potentially by multi-directional, multi-view, and polarimetric measurements? So this is addressing the, okay, we cannot perhaps exploit the visible as we would like. Is there any way out, or would it be worth looking into that direction even?
Well, both Manuel and Shungu have shown different remote sensing techniques, including polarimetry, perhaps they have talked about. Well, currently, I don't know. I don't know how useful or not useful this additional multi-angle polarimetry may help to differentiate plastics from non-plastics. I don't have an answer, but what I can say is, all I showed are purely based on spectroscopy, spectral shape, how to different. But in reality, we have way more information than this. We know our working environment, and we know wind, we know temperature, we know river flow, and we can get some information from a fisherman news report. So in other words, we know the oceanography or limnology, and those information will be very helpful on top of this type of spectral analysis to tell what it is. So even if I cannot separate, this is plastic, non-plastic, but there's a news report say, oh, on that particular location or neighborhood, there's a report of a marine litter or something. Well, I can say, oh, what I detected is marine litter and some plastics. But those ancillary information is very useful, similar to that polarimetry and others.
Yeah, it's indeed something that we shouldn't be only stuck for this problem into the remote sensing and try to exploit all the wealth of data that we have. I mean, not only even remote sensing on just one technique of remote sensing. And yeah, so thank you very much, Chuanmin. I really appreciate it. It would signal the way forward. And we have the session on the Friday afternoon where we can discuss this further, and there may be some ideas into making this part of remote sensing as a decade action integrated with INDOS, which is the Integrated Marine Debris Observing System. So remote sensing is just a part of that jigsaw.
Yes.
So, okay, now I have another one for else in this case. And this one is saying that the spectra with dry and wet versus pristine and biofold seem to indicate that water has much larger impact in the spectra than the biofouling. Is this expected, or we should expect more effect from biofouling than measured in this case? So this is asking whether the water attenuation, I guess, has got a higher impact on the spectra than the biofouling. And I know that there is also Shungu who's waiting for speaking. So if else, now that I have read the question, can you answer this or address it somehow, and then leave Shungu to speak a little bit?
Yes, Victor, I can answer shortly. Yeah, in the experiments that we've been doing, we've seen that the biofouling mainly affects the visible light, whereas the effect of the wetness, if the plastics are wet, that it's mainly influencing in the shortwave infrared, which is logical because the pure water absorption is extremely high in the shortwave infrared. Of course, if you go and submerge deeper, you will be also influencing, of course, the near infrared, the red, and so on. But if it's only wet, it's mainly the effect is mainly in the shortwave infrared, and the biofouling mainly in the visible light.
So one would expect that in the visible, you have greater anomalies than being only flat. Flat is probably, if it is equally reflectance in all, it hasn't got any color on top of it, coloration by, say, biofouling of algae or other.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, the experiment that we've been doing, that was actually an experiment done by Julia. She used this carrot sample, which were, of course, white or quite transparent, so they didn't have any color attached to it. So we might also have to repeat or doing similar experiments with colored plastics.
Yeah, it indicates that there is a lot of complexity within that separation. Again, it adds this layer of complexity that Chuanmin was speaking about. I think Shungu wanted to have the word, and then we still have time. We're dosifying those minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. So there was a question that was addressed, directed to Chuanmin, related to polarimetric measurements and multidirectional view. And just to add on to that, this is one of the motivations behind the IOCCG task force is to explore all the different types of technologies. And at the moment, we can say, like research is ongoing. So I would say, if you're patient enough, next year you should have some findings that would answer that very question in terms of polarimetric observations, if they are useful, or like how much information they can add to the range of data sets we are getting from different tools and different technologies. I think some presentations as well tomorrow will also discuss some of the different technologies that are currently being used. I think today we have covered optical observations, and for tomorrow, some of the different technologies will be addressed. And polarimetric, yes, observations like studies are being done in lab measurements, and also trying to understand field observation, like field data sets, like satellite observations that have already been conducted. So I would say, again, watch this space, and yeah, keep checking on IOCCG on our website, on publications or data sets that will be available. We should have some answers related to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shungu. And indeed, if you have any suggestions or questions, I'm doing the review at the moment on the IOCCG task force on all these techniques. If you have any suggestions about polarimetry, perhaps please contact us. You know who we are. There is another question, more technical, but I would, if you don't mind, Aquile Chapa, I would refer you to contact directly, just in the interest of time. I would stay here and have a more interesting and in-depth discussion, but I am aware that it's a long day for the people in the continent of Europe. It's still early for Americans. I am aware of time is finished almost. There is only just one comment, which I find critical, and it's more about the programmatic part. And it's a question about why do you think, I didn't want to leave this unanswered. Why do you think there is such resistance for investigators to share their data sets? Is this common in other research areas? Does money, funding play a significant role on this? Well, if you don't mind, I'll answer this partly. I think it is because of the difficulty to obtain this data. At the moment, it's all very manual, and it reminds me of initial data from biology or things where it's really, really hard to get those data. I agree with the question that the data should be easily and openly accessible, and it should be a pillar of any further development. So yes, I totally agree. We should be much more looking for cooperation. And with this, I'd like to finish the session, inviting you. Thank you again all for your presentations, for your presence, attendance, and indeed inviting you to the other two sessions in this laboratory or satellite laboratory. And I think it would be very nice if you could contribute to this, to our activity for remote sensing of marine litter to be submitted into the United Nations Decade of Actions. So as part of INDOS. And with that, thank you very much again. Thank you to the organizers and the Air Center, and thank you for the United Nations organization for setting up this event. Have a very good evening, and goodbye to all of you.